And we are live.
Hello, everybody, and welcome again to the adventures of the Berezaya Argia. I do have a couple of little housekeeping things before we dive in. I just wanted to take a moment to touch base with everybody in the group, and I figured it was best to maybe kind of do this sort of publicly, just because for those that are watching, it's always good to kind of see some of this stuff happening. And with all the craziness that's kind of happened this week, I just wanted to kind of touch base with everybody. And I know we're all here, we're ready to game, but Lord knows things have been a little iffy with stuff going on in the world and in our country for those of us who are hail from the U.S. of VA. But being that there's a lot of chaos kind of happening right now, I kind of wanted to just touch base with you guys, as I like to do from time to time, just to kind of get the feel of the room and make sure everyone's doing all right. And, we don't, in this game, we don't necessarily shy away from dealing with some, for lack of a better term, more mature or adult themes. But I know for me, sometimes things can happen that can kind of trigger things. And while I don't want to necessarily be afraid of diving into some of those aspects, at the same point, at the end of the day, we're all here to have fun. And it's all about having a good game and telling a fun story. So one thing I would like to do as far as kind of touching base with all of you and to kind of reinforce this, especially for today as we kind of get back on the roll from things after the holidays and the chaos. I would like to, if I can, just sort of set up a sort of, I don't know, for lack of a better term, a safe word or gesture, so to speak, to sort of throw out there as far as like if we're in the middle of something and people start to feel stressed out or need to take a stopping point. I just want us to be safe enough to do that. And so there's a gesture that a friend of mine does when she does out of game, wants to say something out of character, out of game, so to speak, as far as like a question to the GM. And it's so beautiful and funny and ridiculous. I feel that it may work well as a sort of a, provided you have your cameras on, a great symbol of being like, whoa, we need to hold up for a second. And she basically makes a unicorn on her forehead by taking her thumb and going like that. So if I see anyone doing that, or if you see anyone doing that, holler it out. Don't be afraid also if there's anything going on to just holler out as well. But if you don't feel comfortable with that, to making the unicorn is kind of a decent way to sort of do that. So if everybody's cool with that, just because it's been a chaotic week and crazy with the holidays, and I'm glad we're able to get back together. Taking a look, we have been not streaming necessarily, but we have been playing this game for approximately a year now. And I think that's quite exciting, and I'm happy to have you all here with us. And so we took a look at the dates and whatnot, and realized that it's been approximately about a year from when we started. So
Oh, happy anniversary, everybody.
Woo!
Happy Zaya anniversary. Hi, Berezaya. Yes, hello. And so as my dog here is calling for all the attentions, so
You're
with
talking
that,
to the world. I want pets.
Yeah, that's all right.
My children are watching this on the TV next to me and are now losing their shit collectively over the puppy.
You're now a TV star now. Mommy's in the TV.
I dig it.
Just tell that you're always watching now.
Well, at the moment, I have Brian's thing featured, so it's literally just him talking to everybody.
That's fair. If you and definitely if you have any questions or if you want to reach out or change anything, we definitely use our G chat and Zoom chat and whatnot. Text me, whatever. But as far as the players go, obviously those people that are watching that aren't players, you'll just have to sit through it. But
or leave.
or
if there's something you don't like and it's making you uncomfortable, you are under no obligation to continue watching. I appreciate it if you stick around, but you don't have to stay.
Very true. So with that, then we'll kind of do sort of a summary of the last game. So our intrepid crew, the Berezaya Argia, had recently fought some very tough battles in which we've had some injuries, but the group regrouped, so to speak, and brought their fallen comrades from the past battle back to Sharn to get resurrected and whatnot. And in doing so, a couple of things kind of happened there, but Barca and Ember were resurrected, although they were briefly, while they were kind of in that limbo-esque sort of state, they were actually visited by the kind of the spirits of Valorius and Flitta Weiler, the two deceased murdered nobles that you had helped free their souls previously, and had a bit of a kind of a touching sort of discussion or revelation, so to speak. You were able to get raised from the dead, and then proceeded to have do a little bit of a couple of errands and whatnot, but ultimately decided to kind of close out a tavern, which you did because you just dropped a bunch of money and they got you whatever you wanted. But proceeded to kind of party out the night, and then had a surprise visit by none other than Zaya herself, who now has the ability to take a bipedal form, we'll say, very akin to a dryad as far as looks, but she came and visited, and you all gave her a hell of a time with, introducing her to food and to some extent alcohol, and Ember introduced her to flying not under her own power, as Ember turned into I think it was a silver dragon, and flew her around Sharn a little bit.
Yes.
And ultimately, it was a very it was a celebration by the crew, an emotional journey for sure. And I think you guys ended up getting back to the ship, but after partying it up quite extensively, and so that's where we are kind of currently at. Oh, one other thing, Narashti did get a odd message from her psionic communication stone that was connected to one of her mentors, who admittedly they were, as both her and her mentor Kalantosh were originally tasked with finding, well, ultimately Zaya, now that you were able to kind of identify this new Kalashtar spirit, as it were. So we're surprised to receive a sort of a message from a gentleman who very much was not Kalantosh, who was more than a bit surprised that ultimately they got a response from this gentleman, and so that was kind of there as well. And I'm trying to pull up now. I may have thrown him in the NPCs as far as giving him a name. Now I'm trying to remember what the heck I said.
Oh, I can't remember.
I don't remember.
I did not write a name down, so I don't think we were given one.
Narashti was quite drunk at the time, so...
That is fair. Oh, that's right.
Wasn't there a joke of hashtag new phone who dis?
Yeah.
That's right. Narashti also is several sheets of wind, and
Yeah. She got super drunk real quick.
She had a hard Edward died in her arms, and then the better. So.
We did find out that he got it in that he's in Stormreach though, and he got it from Wendell's Wall of Wonder.
yes.
Yes.
Right.
I don't
Oh,
think he
that's
ever gave
right.
his name because he seemed very suspicious of this magical, apparently sentient stone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Narashti fucking with him.
Yeah.
A little bit.
It may be a little bit, but you know, Narashti was also again a little drunk at the time that she was messing with him. So you know,
She had every right to mess with him.
It all evens up in the end. But that being said, you guys have maybe kind of a fog-filled evening, as quite frankly you're coming off of the natural high of partying it up, and you wake up.
Well, one more thing, Brian. Those of us who were more sober, so myself and Gavin and I think Ember
And
Yeah, I really wasn't drinking
and
that.
Amaya went on our little side quest. And so we checked in with House Madani and then went and talked with Rhiannon's father.
That's right. That's right. You did. Yes, that's right. You did touch base with House Madani, who officially wasn't able.
Officially can't help, but
was able to give you a couple of potential
Leads.
leads to
Yeah.
look at. And then, yes, you did touch base with your father, who another emotional meeting that did, but
yeah, we got
Gavin real uncomfortable.
but balanced out with teasing the hell out of Gavin, because that
It is not a far reach to get to that point.
It was wonderful.
So So you were able to. So the group of you, the 4 of you, was it?
Yep.
Return back to the ship. It is now very late in the evening or early in the morning, depending on how you look at it. Probably by the time you get back to Zion, but and so you're able to get some rest, I guess, unless if you want to get up early in the morning, otherwise you can sleep in. It's really up to you guys as far as what you want to do.
I'm 100% sleeping in.
How long of a rest do I need to not get a point of fatigue or of exhaustion?
Yeah.
8 hours.
8 hours.
Then I guess I get 8 hours.
All right.
And Wanda, I swear to God, if you wake me up.
Admittedly, the goblins are asleep.
I still mumble it.
That's fair. And Wanda, Tulio, and Sherlina, they are actually just curled up in kind of this pile or heap on your bed, which they tend to do when you're not there, because they have be there. Your backup performers.
I'll curl up in my bed to not disturb them. It's like a sleeping animal when they're curled up on your bed. You don't want to move them, so you just mold your body around them.
Sure.
I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. When my cats are sleeping on my bed, they better fucking move.
Well, no, the rest of the goblins will pretty much crash in Barca's room. Again, kind of a goblin vibe. You notice that's a fairly common thing since you now have been traveling with them for almost a month. You don't quite know if it's necessarily just as a survival thing, or as a cultural thing, or as a defensive thing. But yeah, they just tend to kind of sort of dogpile a little bit. Much like a bunch of pups. So your honesty, I would like you, because this is fun. I would like you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy. Okay.
With or without advantage?
Yeah.
Or disadvantage?
Just a straight Constitution saving throw.
All right.
I find this very sus.
It should also be noted that Barca was smashed the night before as well.
Sorry, I just realized I have the wrong character sheet up, and I didn't notice it till now. And just I was like, wait, why? This character doesn't have this thing. Okay. Sorry. I'm not sure how to do it. How do I get back to my other characters? Okay. Sorry, we're having apparently
minor technical difficulties.
Minor user problems. Why can I not get my other character sheets? There we go. Sorry. All right. Constitution saving throw. Here we go. Oh, that's good. 18.
Okay. So other than maybe like a little bit of cottonmouth, you're doing pretty good.
Good.
In fact, you're probably the first to wake up of those that especially of those that stayed up late. But yeah, you're on deck. You are, I guess, if you come on deck, you see you do see Argentia just kind of sitting there, kind of lazing away. looking like they're sleeping, but you can kind of see their eye just kind of pop open a little bit when you board, and you do see Macaulay kind of sitting there, just kind of working away at the cloaker that he's working on.
Well, I'd probably. So thinking back to the night before, I'm gonna get the egg out and probably just find a quiet spot, and just say, "Can you still hear me?"
Yeah. Hey, whoa.
Egg.
What? Hey.
Yes, I'll take that as a yes.
Sorry, sorry, yeah, I was, you, sorry, you woke me up. I apologize, why am I apologizing to a stone? What, so, what is, sorry, confused? I was sleeping and where they stole my gold. Yeah, sorry, it's been a weird day.
Do you have a name?
So this is weird. I've never been asked my name by a stone before.
First time for everything.
And I admit I'm a little confused and also a little bit guarded that I don't necessarily want to give it to you because granted, I'm not like a grand purveyor of and knowledgeable of super magics, but should one really be talking to an item that they have possession of? I'm very confused.
Well, you already are talking to me, so, what's the harm in continuing?
I haven't thought of that. I mean, peripherally I thought of that. I mean, obviously it's odd, and there are things that maybe I shouldn't be talking to.
I think you should keep talking to me.
Okay. Will you promise me that you do not want to cause me any harm?
I have no intentions of bringing you any harm. In fact, if you can reunite me, I can bring you good fortune and gold.
Oh, well, that's a whole different story then. Okay. So my name is Harold.
Harold, you can call me Nay.
Yes!
Nay?
Yes!
It's like a long pause before doing that. He brought up good points, though. Maybe not wanting to hear.
That's not a name I'm familiar with. What's the origin of that?
Well, it's a stone origin, so you probably aren't very familiar with it, being that you are not a stone.
Are you, if you don't mind me asking, being that you are this sort of crystal stone, are you an elemental?
No, I'm a new thing. No, not a new thing. I'm a no. I'm not an elemental.
I'm broke.
Okay.
This is a well prepared moment for us.
Oh my god! This is magnificent.
This is beautiful.
So how I okay, so
So Harold, do you like gold?
do I like what?
Gold.
Well, yeah, actually,
Brian, it's real hard to hear you again.
Yeah, and I'm actually I like gold, and I'm unfortunately missing some right now.
Yeah, I heard. What happened? Somebody stole your gold in the middle of the night.
Well, I may have, where I'm at is there's a lot of crime here, and I was not really prepared for that. And I fear that someone may have absconded with my money.
That is a very unfortunate situation.
Well, and I didn't have much of it left, to be quite fair. I mean, after I bought several of these, I bought a few of these items. At any rate, but this is the first time a magic item is talked back to me, so that is new, I guess.
Well, you're clearly an important man if you can talk to this stone.
Oh. Well, anyway, so how did you come about to be in Wendell's Wall of Wonders and Stormreach?
Well, funny thing is I'm not very clear on that, and I'm maybe hoping that you can help me in this.
Okay.
Oh, bravo.
I was in another's possession, and I am confused as to why I'm not currently in their possession anymore.
Oh, and I promise I did not steal you. I would not do such a thing, although admittedly there may be several people in this town that do that sort of thing, as I'm unfortunately now aware of. But I purchased it through.
I believe you. You must be a very good and something positive. Because you are here and talking to me, but you must do your best not to let me fall into the wrong hands, Harold.
Oh, okay.
Must keep me close.
Well, yes, I mean, yes, I will keep you close. In that regards, in fact, it's a good thing I stored you in a different place from my money pouch in this particular case.
Are you still in Stormreach?
Yes. Unfortunately, I don't. Yes, I am in Stormreach. Well, right? No, I told you that. That's right. Yes, I am in Stormreach. Admittedly, I'm a bit. What's the word? I'm a bit trapped.
Oh, shit.
More from a financially speaking, like I'm not actually trapped, but admittedly, I don't have enough money right now to get home.
Where is home?
Oh, I'm from Aondare, actually, originally. Well, I should say I've been around a little bit, but I've aimed there, and I guess by way of Brayland, and I am a bit of a cartographer.
Fascinating. You should show me your map sometime, or you should tell me about your map sometime.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
But probably not right now. We need to solve other problems. Okay, you are trapped financially. I have means of getting you home, but I need your help.
Oh, okay.
I have other friends who can come and help. Maybe.
What are you doing?
I love this struggle. It's beautiful.
Okay, I need you to keep me safe. I need to do some deep stone thinking. So just keep me safe. And I will return to your thoughts soon.
Okay, you returned, but you're...
To your thoughts. Like, just, I need an internal stone think.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
I will,
I need some me time.
Very well. I do have, I should be able to, I may have to try and sell that to make up the loss, but that should, yes, I should have, if I do my calculations right, I should have, I think, enough money to last if I go frugally for maybe maybe about 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. I have one more question for you.
Yes?
Have you seen any... nope, I don't have any more questions for you. I do. Have you seen any Kalashtar in Stormkeep? For the person that I was with originally was Kalashtar. But I need you...
And what do Kalashtar? I guess I'm not very familiar. What do Kalashtar look like?
Player Hannah can't remember if there's any. Do they look any different than humans?
Not typically. I mean, they're
a little.
I mean, it's.
They're tall, pale, usually white hair.
Yeah, they're humans, but.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, usually they tend to lean towards the whitish hair, at least in the pics that they always seem to show. And so it's kind of like, without going down a racial or racist rabbit hole, but there are probably some minor traits that could maybe identify as a little bit more Riedran, and from there so maybe from that comment, but whether or not they're actually Kalashtar, not as much, because they do effectively look human.
Okay, so all right, she'll describe then. What do you guys just said? It's someone tall and pale. I guess she'll. Okay, can I retcon a little here? She just basically describe Kalantosh.
Okay.
I'm looking for this person instead of saying Kalashtar, because that's
That's fine.
I'm looking for him and I want to know what happened. It's strange that you're in my possession and not his. So, but I don't want you to put yourself in harm's way. You're clearly a great cartographer and I would hate to risk any of your skills and greatness that you can still bring to this world.
Oh, well, thank you. I guess I will be. I will stay vigilant, and I will attempt to stay protected and secure. Do you know when your friends may arrive?
I need to do some deep stone thinking. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Just keep me somewhere safe, Harold. The great cartographer of our time.
The Stonekeeper.
Stonekeeper! You are now the Stonekeeper. A great honor has been put upon you. Okay, thank you. Bye. I mean, not bye, but okay, I'm stone thinking now. Oh.
Yes.
That's good.
I think you deserve an award for that.
Absolutely.
Wow. Gosh, I'm not really sure what's happening here.
Is there like a Twitch version of an Oscar?
And you see as you kind
Daytime
of
show, it's an Emmy.
and as you kind of come out of it, you kind of, because I mean, it's not that you were talking out loud. You're a flash star. You're used to speaking mentally. You're used to using the stone to speak communication.
Yeah.
But you see Macaulay just kind of looking over at you like, everything okay? As you just kind of, because admittedly you just kind of stood there, and then and granted you may have even been gesturing a little bit as you're like,
oh, probably.
So
Narashti probably gestures.
yeah.
I need to talk to Amaya, and she's gonna get up and go find Amaya.
Okay. Which is easy enough to do. She is in her quarters.
Amaya, I have a problem.
Okay, what kind of problem?
Okay, so remember Kalantosh disappeared. We went and to go look for, well, now Zaya. And I haven't heard from him since I found you. And the stone that he had, the communication stone, I forgot, is now in possession of a cartographer named Harold, who's currently in Stormkeep. And I don't know what happened, but I need to go find him.
Fair enough. Do you know anything else about what happened to him or where he might have gone?
No, but I'm worried. And I don't really feel like Harold the cartographer should really have our fancy speaking stone. Because it could be a bad thing. I don't know. It doesn't feel good. Also, he kind of thinks I am the stone.
He thinks you are the stone?
I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to explain. He thought I was drunk last night, and I kind of just went with it. So he thinks I'm a magical stone, and he's keeping me safe. But also, he's kind of got robbed in Stormkeep and is stuck there, and I don't know what to do. I have to go get him. Or
yes, we can. That seems like a very important thing. Out of character question, how far are we from Stormreach currently? Like days worth of travel?
You remember with an airship, it's about a week's worth of travel.
Okay.
By regular sailing vessel, it's maybe more of like a month, but it only took you about a week to get from Stormreach to Cornberg or in Solargo when you guys came up north the first time.
Gotcha. Well,
and hard weather and whatnot, but
yeah.
I would go myself, but I can't get there in time.
Oh, we will go with you. Are you still able to speak with this Harold the cartographer?
Yes.
Good. Let him know that you are sending him transportation, and that he should hole up and keep hold of the stone, or keep hold of you, I guess, until help arrives.
But I also know Rhiannon was doing the thing with her mom, and I don't know what happened last night, and I don't want to get in the way of all that, because there's the other stuff going on, so that's why I kind of came to you instead of everybody, because, I don't know, I'm still kind of new, and I don't want to take everything, and I don't know.
Well, we'll consult with Rhiannon. We'll see what can be done. I suppose if nothing else, we can take a slight delay and see if that other airship is still where we parked it. Perhaps we can split into two
Don't you dare.
runs.
Don't you frickin' dare.
Don't you know you never split the party?
Split the party. What's the worst that could happen?
I mean,
Because that worked out so well last time.
I think that might be a
So
bad
well.
and I'm just putting my fingers here like this in front of my hands because it's fun. No reason at all.
No.
No reason at all.
I need to go talk to. Oh my gosh, we haven't talked about her name. Now I can't remember how I pronounce Atanashti. Is that how we've been saying it?
Adonashti, yeah.
Adonashti, yeah. Like I have it written down. I need to go and talk to her and see if they know anything. If she knows anything, or has heard from Kalantosh either.
Do you have another stone to speak with, Adonashti, or?
Brian, can you remind me, is it just the one stone that I have that connects the three, or do I have two? I am just not remembering.
I'll be honest, I don't remember either, so we're going to say two. One to Adonashti and one to Kalantosh.
Okay. Oh, it does say because combined with linked devices. I did find it. With other devices. So the three of them are in like a triad thing. It's like a.
Okay, so then never mind. With those particular three stones, they can all communicate together.
Sorry, I found the notes section on.
Oh, that's great.
D&D Beyond.
Admittedly, was trying to remember what the heck I was thinking.
Okay, I should go do that. I'm sorry, I'm a little panicky.
That's all right. This is important things. We'll take our time. We've got a week earliest before we get there, so
He has
take it slow.
2 weeks worth of supplies to survive in a not great town. Like, I don't think anyone should move to Stormreach. That's not a good place to be. Don't go there. I mean, we should go there, but don't live there.
We had some interesting times there.
Yes.
I know I'm not in this conversation, but
We will make a point to inform the crew not to live in Stormreach.
Okay. I will be back. I need to go.
Yes, get what information you can. I will go speak with Rhiannon and see what is to be done about the two fronts dilemma.
Thank you, Amaya.
Of course.
Narashi will go and try to reach out to the Atanashti and just give her an update of what's happening.
And Amaya will go look for Rhiannon on the ship.
Rhiannon is asleep in her bed. If it's been 8 hours, I'll wake up and talk to you.
And Amaya went to sleep at about the same time as you, so...
That's true. So Rhiannon's probably getting up at this point.
Yeah.
So we'll say Rhiannon and probably Gavin.
I was gonna say, am I in bed with you, or am I in my room?
No, I think you're pretty much always in bed.
Okay,
with
sounds
me at this
good.
point.
So Gavin is
So
definitely
you both-
fussing about getting up.
You both wake up to a knock on your door.
Go answer the door.
And sure enough, you see Amaya.
Morning, Rhiannon. Gavin.
Huh?
There has been a little bit of a development, and we find ourselves in need of traveling to Stormreach. Narashti's mentor seems to have gone missing, and their means of communication fallen into the hands of a Herald the Cartographer somewhere in Stormreach.
Okay.
I know the guy.
But I wanted to check in with you to see how urgent you are.
Oh, like just hold up a finger over my shoulder. Go back to sleep, Gavin, and kind of step out into the hallway and close the door.
Gavin rolls over and goes back to sleep.
Sorry. Continue, please.
Yes. So Narashti's mentor's predicament is also a bit time sensitive, but I know that you have ends that you have been pursuing as well.
Mhm.
So I thought I would come to you and talk strategy and how we could attempt to either prioritize or simultaneously pursue both.
What is the source of the time limit?
Well, for Narashti and her mentor, it's truly more the sooner the better. We are not sure if he simply lost the stone or if it was taken from him and he is kidnapped or possibly dead. Hopefully not. I don't know how urgent your
She doesn't
matter.
have the ability to reach out to him directly. She has to use the stone.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I would say my business is fairly urgent since, it's been 5 years since my mother was sold into slavery, and I don't know if she's dead or alive.
Gavin opens the door behind you wearing his shirt, but like around his waist, and literally nothing else. Okay, I caught about half of that. Has she just tried to go to House Civis and send him a sending through the gnomes?
Well, doesn't the sending stone just go? Doesn't Civis just send to another sending stone and like they deliver a message?
Well, you can also just pay for a sending, though.
It's a magical telegram.
Right, but you would also go to House Civis and pay for a sending spell.
Right.
And Ember stumbles out of her room. There are people trying to sleep and also people that know how to do a fucking sending spell on this goddamn ship.
Yes,
Sure,
a
we can
wonderful
do.
idea. Ember, would you mind finding Narashti?
You see standing behind Ember, you see these three probably mostly naked goblins just kind of sitting there, kind of imitating her sort of disruptiveness, just kind of like...
Oh, goodness.
At this point, Barca stumbles out of his
Hallway is getting real fucking crowded, y'all.
and he just kind of stumbles out of the room and has kind of one of those fluid burps with his eyes barely open. He walks 20 feet down the hallway, kind of towards the cargo hold, and he asks Zaya to make a hole in the ship.
Oh, Lord.
Ship, Barca not gonna make it up. Can you make hole in ship to sky?
Absolutely, Barca.
And Barca just starts peeing in the hole.
I mean, it's Sharn. That seems applicable, or seems reasonable.
Like the rest of the goblins, those that aren't currently clinging onto Barca already, they all kind of notice what he's doing. And so then they all start to climb off of him. And then they all proceed to circle around the circle, and you see they're all taking care of business.
Let's all pee in hole.
I mean, I don't know why I didn't think of that sooner, if I'm being real honest.
And some poor bastard, three down, is like,
he's going to have the worst day.
Pulling up this part of fresh baked croissants.
Oh, no.
My cabbages!
Oh, no! My cabbages!
Today's going to be a good day. Yeah.
Covered in goblin
Even
pee.
worse, he manages to notice and avoid the first stream as it's coming down, and as he's pondering, what the hell is that?
Not the
3 more
12 others.
streams all managed to bullseye him.
Poor guy. Okay.
Barca finishes up, walks back.
As a positive, the goblin's aim is improving.
Barca walks back, closes his door behind him.
You see the rest of the 9 goblins kind of go back to the door, and then when you shut it, they kind of stop for a moment.
I open the door a crack.
Okay, and then they kind of start coming through.
And then I close the door.
All right.
Okay. So we're just gonna pretend that didn't just happen in full view of everyone. So here's my question, Amaya.
Yes.
There's someone in Stormreach who has this stone or whatever.
Correct.
They're running out of resources.
Correct.
Why don't we send this person to the House Madani Enclave in Stormreach? My mentor Meredith is there. We can send her a message. She can take care of him and can also potentially start looking into the disappearance of Narashti's mentor. That way, we get someone on it right away. The person is safer because it's Stormreach. And we're not having to rush off so we can continue potentially pursuing my mother's case.
We could potentially do that. I'm not sure I entirely trust this individual to be competent enough to find them. He currently believes that Narashti is the stone.
Yes, but I trust Meredith to find him.
Wait, was that who she was talking to last night?
Apparently.
She was so drunk.
Yes, she was.
Is that why he believes she is the stone?
Wow. I mean, wow.
Okay, we may have to make a few calls, but I think we can still make this work.
If nothing else, I can ask Meredith to send someone to go get him. I just will need to know where he's staying. But I'm going to be real honest.
Name is Harold.
I need to find my mother. I am not going to Stormreach. So if you have to go to Stormreach, you go. I'm staying.
Fair enough.
So I am happy to help in whatever way I can, or I can get my house to help to start looking into it and to make sure that, you know, we're doing it in a timely fashion. But I personally will not go if that's what needs to happen.
And that is the purpose of me coming here, to figure out where everyone is at and what we can and cannot do simultaneously. I will go speak with Narashti again. We will consult, or perhaps I'll find Narashti and bring her here so we can all consult, and we'll make a formal plan.
Maybe up on the deck, not in the hallway.
Let's get everybody together and have that conversation together, because reasons. Also, I want to put on pants.
That would be wonderful. I'll go find Narashti now, and Amaya kind of turns and...
Meanwhile, Narashti, you use your telepathy statement, so to speak, and do get a hold of Ananashti. What would you like to say to her?
So I'll basically just give her kind of a recap of what is happening. I would have been updating her before, like that, so she probably also knows that Kalantosh had been missing. And I think we had a conversation that, so was basically, my job was then just stay and be with Zaya. So just kind of checking in and seeing. I probably won't let her know that I told Harold that I am the stone. I'd leave that little detail out. But let her kind of know the situation and ask for guidance on what she would like me to do and what she felt would be the next appropriate.
She does reach out, and you can definitely tell, can sort of sense the concern in her thoughts of this is like, we need to protect Zion. Without question, that's the most important. The best way to do that, the best way to make sure that the Dreaming Dark do not get their claws into her is we need to perform the ritual. I know your group is protective of her, and that is good. That is great. But I fear the longer that you delay bringing her here so that we can ensure her longevity. I'm sorry. I worry about Kalantosh quite a bit. But you've been trained by him. You know he would want you to put the mission ahead of himself. That's a horrible thing to say, but regardless, you and her friends or her
Family.
family.
Their family.
Her family will know what to do best. I can't stress enough, though. The sooner you can bring her here, the sooner we can ensure that the Dreaming Dark will not be able to extinguish her life.
What will happen to her form now, her being, and I mean, the rest of our spirits are all splintered in among several beings, so
Well,
what does that look like for her?
that's a good question. Much like the Flashstar spirits that are infused inside all of us, she would be, for lack of a better term, sort of separated or distributed, so to speak, amongst the hosts that she chooses. We have some candidates, but ultimately it's her choice. As far as who she would like to choose as ultimately to share the host, for lack of a better term, to share herself with.
Would she retain her own? Can she retain her own individual form?
As much as I know that she can. I mean, the original reason why the Quarry spirits bonded with us was to give them a safe place from their pursuers in the realm of dreams or nightmares, as it were. And in a way, in bonding them with us, while they've gained a form of corporealness, obviously through being bonded with us, in the discoveries of admittedly distributing their essence among several of us through our generations was kind of a happy accident. We didn't necessarily know that was going to happen when they first bonded with us, our ancestors, decades ago, centuries ago, decades ago. I think it was only Flashstar relatively recent.
Yeah.
But so much of this is
New.
so this is unprecedented. is no doubt would be some adjustment period involved, and we will help her with that as much as we can. It's not admittedly, it's not a choice to make lightly, so to speak, and admittedly, with what you've sort of with what you've explained, it's understandable that she has not yet necessarily bonded with another soul, so to speak, like we flashed are, not fully in that regards. Understandably, there's some adjustment with that. And it is ultimately her choice. We would definitely encourage her, of course, for her protection.
Right. Well, I'll have to talk to her and her mother, basically. We'll talk about it.
I'm happy to hear that another of our kind is there with you to help guide Zaya.
Zaya is well cared for. But I know that the importance of what of doing this as well. But it's not a choice either of us can make. It's on her.
As always, my child, if you have any questions.
Thank you. I'll let you know if there's any changes or updates.
Eliana, guide your way.
I missed what you said. Sorry.
So I've got a dog that wants to go outside. I'm going to step away for just a moment.
Sounds
or take a quick 5-minute break. Sorry about that.
Hey, if the dog has to go, the dog has to go.
That's very true. Very true. Very true. All right. So as for the rest of you then, those that are here, or I'm assuming I did see Rhiannon step away for a moment. Is everybody else here, or otherwise we can take a quick 5-minute break?
I am here.
Okay. So I'm assuming that as people get up and get dressed and what have you, you have a little group meeting?
Yeah, a little bit of group meeting, pull the information that we've got, float the idea of going to grab the second airship and splitting into 2 teams.
No.
Barca had crazy dream last night. Barca dreamed that most beautiful woman walked into bar and said what ship.
That was real.
That super happened, buddy.
And Bart, did you hear in your mind? Would you mind if I show up? I can show you.
You see his mind explode for the second time in 24 hours. But ship is girl.
Let me show you.
Oh.
We're kind of sitting there and looking at Mark Quest. You can see kind of forming out of the deck, you see the young woman that you saw last night. Almost as if walking out of water, except the water is the dead.
Holy shit. Okay. Still have lots to process.
And I kind of steps over to Zaya and does that kind of like, motherly hug from behind thing.
Sure.
Barca gonna rock think for a while.
I'm here for it.
Yep.
Okay, splitting into two parties? No. No. That was a disaster the one time it happened. We're not doing that again.
And I don't want to put anyone at risk, and honestly...
When did we split the party?
When you went to the fucking arena.
Oh. Right.
That didn't end well.
That did not end well.
No! It did not!
We should probably not do that again.
No!
In my defense, you left me unsupervised.
It did make for a
That
good
hand
story.
face palm was in character, by the way.
I mean, we've only tried
We all
it once.
became captains.
Just because it didn't work once doesn't mean it wouldn't work in the future.
Oh my god, no.
I hard disagree.
We're far more experienced than we were back then.
Are we though?
Like 4 times more crew members now.
I can do way more cool shit than I could back then. I'd be fine.
I mean, I can turn into a goddamn dragon now.
Which is badass, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Did Amaya and Narashti have a conversation about what Rhiannon suggested yet, or no?
No, not yet. This is that conversation.
No, this
now.
is the meetup.
Okay, cool. Rhiannon will reiterate her suggestion for starting to find Narashti's mentor.
I like
That-
that idea.
That would be...
We can keep him safe and cool.
We can
down.
keep him safe. We can get the investigation started by someone who is extremely good at her job.
I would deeply appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
And then...
Maybe it might be a, scratch the back when they scratched her back kind of deal. I don't know.
How can he find your mentor?
I can
What
go
was
to
it?
my
It
house.
was-
I mean, if he
It's like-
genuinely believes that you're the
Message.
stone, maybe we want to send somebody to him? Because
Yes.
he sounds ultra incompetent.
That was my take on it.
Yes.
Hey, I'm just saying, we live in kind of a crazy world. People talk in people's heads from all over.
You know what? Until I met you, and he points at Maya and Narashti, I'd never met anybody that spoke inside my head. Not once. And now there's 2 people in my life, which I'm here for. I love you both. Your family, your blood. It's great.
3. You have 3.
Okay, 3, but that's the okay.
Maya.
Okay, I'm really confused.
And one of them is...
Ember can do sending.
What does
And me.
hands on her hips and gives you this look like?
You know what?
A lot of us that can talk inside your head.
Foot
Or-
and mouth
It looks a
rotate.
lot
Until
like
I
the look
came
of
here,
Maya.
I didn't know anybody.
Barca walks up behind Gavin and does a mother hug, just like he saw Maya do to Zaya, and say,
Yes.
"It's okay, Gavin. Barca lose his head several times with this group. I think that's just how it goes."
Okay, buddy. Okay, but I need to breathe.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm with you on that one. I think maybe that's just part of getting older. Maybe, I don't know. This is not like anything I've ever read about, but
Read the wrong kind of books.
evidently.
There
So-
is so much crazy stuff in this world.
So we reach out to Meredith at House Madani in Stormreach. We see if she can't. What if she says? I mean, I know that you have a relationship with this person, but what if she says no?
then we'll deal with that when we get to it.
I'm gonna tell him I'm gonna send him someone who will help.
Let's maybe
I'll need
arrange
to
for
know.
that. Hold on. Let's maybe arrange for that to happen before we say that that's what's going to happen.
Right. That's
Before
the
you
plan.
stone talk him.
Fair point.
He's a cartographer, though. I think that's really neat.
You know what? Once we finally meet the guy, we'll ask him to join the crew. It's apparently what we do. Until that point, though.
It's really hard to...
We're going to have to start selling shares on this damn boat.
I'm not going to incorporate Zaya. I don't think that's necessary.
Time shares?
Shares, Because our crew, oh my God.
Okay.
He has a useful skill, though. We don't need him on this crew.
There are a number of things I need to do then.
Honorable pilot.
Also, I wanted to go shopping a little bit today. But I can head to House Civis and message Meredith, at least until she won't freak out when Ember messages her for me, because last time she didn't take that too well.
Okay.
So maybe let's go through official channels before we try that.
Let me know what she says.
Not happy.
Plan from there.
This is a more out of character question for the DM. Would Madani have a way of actually getting hold of their other enclaves more than Civis, or is this more of like a Civis situation?
Civis is probably the. I mean, they're the most commercial method of sending messages, so obviously that makes them a pretty solid choice. Whether House Madani has their own communication services, sure, they probably do to an extent.
I'm sure we have some sort of contact between the enclaves, but
and granted, you do know that in Stormreach, other than House, the whole 12 has the Towers of 12, which is where the majority of all the Dragonmark houses reside. There are a couple of other buildings like the Kundarak Bank that are also separate structures in Stormreach, but primarily they're the Dragonmark houses as a whole. Their whole enclave is kind of there.
I will go to House Civis or to one of the Civis stations then.
After our meeting, Rash, I'm gonna pull Ember aside. And I know you can do sending. Is there any way you can reach out to Kalantosh and see if you get any response?
I can if I have a really good description of him, because I have not met.
She can
Kalantosh.
link with you to give.
Oh, that's true. Oh,
I can mind link and give you images of him, and yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, that just means sending a whole lot simpler.
And if you want, I can give you just a brief moment here. I can actually pull up a quick picture.
Brian, you're really hard to hear right now.
Sorry, I'll pull up a quick picture of him. I just got to find it. He's in here somewhere.
25 words you get.
Can you tell him you're with Narashti?
Can I share a screen real quick?
Yeah.
Whoever's host.
Fair.
I just realized I was muted. Yes, I got you. Hang on a second.
So the message would be, I'm with Narashti. Let him know I found what we were looking for. And You seem to have lost your stone, or it seems you lost your stone.
Hey, Brian, send me the picture. I'll have to do it on this side. I don't know what's going on, but I can't make it work right now. So send me the picture. I'll just share it over here.
All right, I'm just going to post it in the G chat. Provided it lets me. All right, do it now.
Everyone. Oh, very Witcher.
Yeah, he's
That's
Awesome.
Mm.
I like that image a lot.
Mhm. Okay. So
I guess this picture is also in the Zaya doc for those of you player-wise who want to take a look. But
Direct your attention to my thingy?
Picture?
My picture?
that certainly isn't Gavin.
Nope, that is not me. That is the picture in question. And since I'm not on camera at the moment, I will continue to fiddle with this and figure out why it's not working.
Serious? Okay, so I get 25 words, and if he is not on the same plane, there's a 5% chance that it won't get to him.
Okay.
okay, so what are you going to say to them?
All right. Let me cast a spell. All right, I wrap the little piece of copper wire around my finger.
Okay.
Hello? I'm Ember, Narashti's friend. She found what you were looking for. Also, the stone you lost was found. Please reply to this message. I would know if it goes through or not.
It does go through. Sorry, no, it didn't reply. You hear, you need to, and then there's like a pause. And then you almost hear as if another voice. How delicious. A pleasure, Ember, to make your acquaintance. Look forward to meeting you in Narashti and our new friend.
Guys, I think I fucked up. I'm sorry.
And then the last thing you hear is kind of like a grunt of like pain that you definitely feel was the sort of the first voice, and then your it stuff, the sending stuff.
Did it work?
Yes.
What?
Was there something else that you wanted to tell me about your friend there? Because he wasn't alone and sending goes straight to his head.
What was the response?
That they can't wait to meet us.
You and me?
And our friend.
Fuck.
So I'm assuming they meant whoever has the stone. Because I didn't name them. Just said that the stone that was lost is found. That's what I'm assuming they meant. And they didn't mean a certain ship that we're on.
He knows nothing of Zaya. Because I haven't been able to reach him.
Right.
Okay.
But he did know what we were looking for. But that's why I was specifically in the message that you sent, didn't mention what we were looking for, just that it was found. But I don't know. But I think we all need to talk.
So that was what you were searching for was Zaya, and he knew that you were searching for.
We were searching for. I was sent from. Where was I from? I don't remember. Where?
Don is a country on the continent of Riedra.
There. I knew it was. I just couldn't remember the country's name.
That's all right.
To find the new Kalashtar, the new Corey, not Corey. Yes, Corey?
Yeah.
Corey spirit. And that was Zaya. We split up.
So he didn't mean the cartographer at all. He meant Zaya. He knows we have Zaya. He doesn't know what Zaya is, but he knows that we have her.
Maybe.
I mean, so Narashti, I'll give this to you. You know the Dreaming Dart? I mean, they are Corey bound, they are, and the Inspired, which are their sort of human, much like the Kalashtar, they are telepathic because they are bonded with the Corey spirit. The only difference being is they are, well, I shouldn't say bonded with, they are possessed by a Corey spirit. But that does make them telepathic, much like you are with your mind.
Oh, question.
Oh, yeah, you
are. Hang on. I got a question for DM.
Yes.
When that message was going into my head, that second voice, were they speaking in Corey?
With the mind link, language is not a.
It's understood, but I also speak Corey.
You So because it was a mind link, it doesn't there's not a language specifically.
It's just the meaning.
The meaning is understood. Because language is not a barrier with mind.
Right. Okay. Never mind.
So it's not.
Okay.
So Corey can be possessed by.
It feels like it may have been, but then again, that could have just been your brain processing. Sorry.
Yeah.
What was that?
Can Clasher be possessed? Because I know that they already have one spirit in. Can they be repossessed? Or.
They're not immune. I mean, you are not immune to possession. That being said, it is extremely hard to possess a Kalashtar because of that dual spirit, dual soul. which translates to your advantage with wisdom saves, and
Right.
psychic and all that sort of stuff. In addition to that, that much like how you were trained, Kalantosh is also trained specifically in dealing with the inspired and dark, and so has training, much like you do with some of your spells, like protection from good and evil, as an example.
Yeah.
To resist and be even more potent against resisting possession in and of itself. That being said, not necessarily immune to it, but much like yourself, it'd be a tough nut to crack, so to speak.
Right. So it should have been safe to mess, like, as far as Narashti, it should have been safe to say this. There shouldn't have been any risk, but.
Now, if someone was, say, telepathically monitoring him, they would have detected the message. Which is, you're guessing what more or less to an extent, what most likely happened.
So if somebody was currently mind linked with him, they would have also received the sending.
They would have heard it. Basically.
Or heard it, yeah.
Well,
but they shouldn't have been able to reply it.
It wasn't even so much that they heard it. They recognized he was receiving the sending because they were in his mind at the time that they were receiving it, I guess.
But they shouldn't have been able to reply. That's what just to him. They should be able to listen but not reply.
Well, I think that's what Narashti will say. Like that shouldn't be able to happen. I don't know what.
No, it shouldn't have.
However, they may have powers and abilities that allow them to.
Right.
Yeah.
Or they could send their own sending back just to mess with you.
Right.
But they don't even know who I am, and they have to know me.
Right, but when you cast the spell, they can reply.
The person I cast to.
Right, we can. Regardless, this happened.
I know. It's just. It makes it more worrisome and much more dangerous now.
Long story short, Galashtar can be repossessed if they fall behind on their payments.
Outside of being very confused right now, there with head speaking or mind thinging, I'm not quite. Can Barco worried about being found and pretty girl ship getting in trouble?
What
can head speaky give up our location?
I think at this point it was just me and Ember talking.
As far as I know, only Ember, Narashti, and possibly Zaya.
And admittedly, you didn't mention Zaya by name.
No, but that's what we're deducing.
But you did mention your name and Narashti's name.
Yes, I did.
Because I took notes. No reason.
So what do we do? I mean, we've got Riri's mom thing, and then Nene's possibly person that is not the right person who could be dangerous for Zaya. Barca leaning towards the Riri mom thing.
I am too. I am still leaning towards sending help with Meredith, finding the cartographer. Hopefully she will shelter him so that we can deal with this unfortunately later.
We need to destroy the sending stone once.
You want it destroyed?
once Meredith can find him, I don't know. I don't want him traced back to it, but I don't really also want it.
Are we back together? I was under the impression that Ember and Narashti were separate from the group during this sending.
Oh.
As far as the sending portion, it was just Ember and Rashti.
Oh.
But
Then Barca was there, so I got confused.
Well,
My fault.
that's why I'm clarifying, because if we're there, I have things to say, and if we're not, I'll shut up now.
this last bit of conversation probably happened out loud so everyone can hear.
So yeah, so we are back together. We did say what happened.
Yeah.
So they had that faraway look for a moment, and then sort of you see they both kind of look with a bit of alarm as they kind of look at each other, and then they start talking. We'll leave it at that.
Okay, there's a few things.
So those of us who aren't Kalashtar, what?
I'm worried that Kalantosh has been possessed by an evil quarry.
Wait, so there's good quarry and there's evil quarry. You're possessed by a good quarry, but he's possessed by an evil quarry.
No, he was possessed by a good quarry, but I'm worried something else is interfering.
Okay. And you just contacted him.
Yes. He shouldn't have been able to be like that. He's the one who trained me. He's far better than me at this. But
so maybe going after this dude is not the best plan?
I
don't think that waiting around for him to eventually find us is any better.
There's something we can do to give Zaya protection.
What?
We can return to I keep forgetting what it's called. Riedra. And there is a ceremony that we can be done that offers her protection in the same way that the original Kalashtar spirit, the quarry spirits, became splintered and split upon the Kalashtar to preserve them. But I don't know what that means for Zaya. It would be
it's like that would splinter and split her.
Right.
It would be on her terms. It would be her choice, but this is completely unprecedented. This is new. So I don't know what that would do, but it would offer protection. And it's what I don't know.
Barca, protect Zaya.
If this is such a new case, how do you know it will even protect her? It honestly sounds like it would weaken her.
Sounds like she would be destroyed.
I don't know. Amaya, can you help explain?
Protection may not be exactly the right word. I am firstly going to go on the record and say that if Zaya does go through with this, I believe it far too soon, and I do not like the idea. The quarry that originally bonded to sentient beings were somewhat fragmented, somewhat not, when those sentient beings they were bonded to had children. Part of the quarry spirit possessing them passed down the generational lines. In one sense, it ensures that the quarry spirit is not fully destroyed if the one host they are in is killed. But as you've surmised on the other, it happened so long ago with the originals, it's uncertain what would happen with that initial fracturing.
My original hope when I had heard and learned and met Zaya was that she would get to grow up and let her gain that protection the other way by maybe someday having her own offspring and letting that continue in that way. But
Okay, so just so we don't have to keep using the term good quarry, bad quarry, is there a term for somebody that's been taken over by one of the bad quarry?
yes, but I keep forgetting it.
The inspired.
The inspired. Thank you. And I would have used that. My head is not holding on to any information right
No,
now.
that's okay. I was leading it there so that we could start using the right terminology.
Thank you. I just was kind of going for it because I was tired of asking for information. I don't. Going back to Brian's whole thing at the beginning with the how are people doing?
Yes,
My
the whole
brain is not holding information.
The whole Glashdar quarry thing is very convoluted.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
specifically the people raised in Briandra that are kind of brought up in this sort of quasi-religion that allows them to sort of be possessed by the evil quarry spirits. The Dreaming Dark is also a reference to the overarching evil quarry spirit organization. So they are, admittedly, to some extent, a little bit interchangeable in that regard.
The Dreaming Dark and the Inspired.
So what I'm hearing is we need to, providing Zaya is cool with it, let Zaya grow and blossom into whatever it is she's going to grow and blossom into without letting her fall into the hands of your former mentor, now evil bad guy.
Well, we don't know exactly what's happening, and he's not evil. But potentially he is possessed by an inspired or controlled by an inspired or something.
Either way, we need to stay ahead of this dude, yeah?
Yeah.
And I feel like at the point we're at, going headfirst into some kind of prolonged conflict with this dick is not going to end well for anybody, particularly if this individual is better trained than you. Correct?
He's the one who trained me. I'm not sure as to what level the NPC is, but
so
correct.
I mean, call me crazy, but I say we just keep moving and keep doing what we're doing, staying, and just literally keep moving, keep ahead of this guy until such a time that Zaya is either ready to undergo this ritual or we have to go hunt him down and murder him.
But I think we all need to know what's happening, and ultimately, Zaya, it's up to you. This is a choice that you're going to have, and it's not anything that anyone is going to force upon you. And if you were to choose that, or when, you would have choices into where your soul lands, if it splinters. And that's a lot, and I know, and I'm sorry. And I wish that this didn't have to come now. But it's something that is happening. And whether we do anything right now differently, or we just continue on aware of this threat, it's out in the open now and we're aware of it. And honestly, while now they might know that I'm here and I found Zaya, if they found Kalantosh, they know that there's a new quarry spirit. They were already looking for Zaya. So at least now we know that they know. They know the threat is there.
Okay, so step 1, we get Harold into Madani custody.
Yes.
Step 2, destroy the other sending stone?
I don't think that is a good idea. Honestly, we need to get him aware of this person so that he can be a lookout for him. But if he sees him, he's got the sending stone that he can warn us.
My
so
thought
step 1, get him in the custody of host Madani.
Well,
Meredith may also be able to use the stone and the fact that the stone is attuned or whatever to Kalantosh to help track it down. So destroying it would be at odds with the...
I don't believe the stone is attuned to Kalantosh. It's attuned to another stone that I have, and
I forget.
A third stone that Atanashti has.
Did we say that the stone had to be attuned? I forget.
I don't remember. I'm just.
I don't. Well, no, I don't think you. I think you said established that it did not.
Okay. Well, then never mind.
I don't have the notes in front of me. Durashti, did we say the stone had to be attuned?
Sorry, can you say
Brian?
So I apologize. Did we say that the mind link stone had to be attuned?
it was I don't know. I don't have it.
I would guess not if Harold the cartographer was able to talk to people through it as soon as he bought it.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think they're just connected to the 3 other stones. So the stones are attuned to each other. I don't
So sorry. Not attuned in the actual rule set that they need to be bonded with the person temporarily. I don't remember offhand. I don't believe they were.
No, the only thing that I had attuned out of that stuff was my scimitar. So that's not attuned. They're just, I'm sorry, I said attuned. They're linked to each other, but they're not linked to individuals.
Stones are linked to each other. They're not linked to a person.
Correct.
That's what I said, but I just wanted to make sure
I feel like Rhiannon would know that.
I also have
know that.
8 sending stones getting made right now, so I do have the stats up.
Well, these work slightly differently.
That's fair.
Because these allow someone who has the mind link ability to effectively extend their range to the other stones with the mind link ability.
So Harold can't reach me, but I can reach him and open up a mind link.
Correct. And when you do, he can speak back.
Yes. Yeah.
Much like when you're normally mind linking with someone. It's just that the range, instead of being your normal range, is the range of the other stone that's the receptor.
Right.
Well, that's handy.
Is it possible then that your mentor knew they were being targeted and possession was imminent and simply got the stone somewhere where we could tell something was going on?
Maybe I can see him doing something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the one thing he's always drilled in you is that the mission is more important than the individual.
Yeah. I feel like Narashi's not always been the best at that.
It's something he was continuing to work with you on. It was that part of that continuing education element.
Yeah, right. It's one of her SMART goals.
Okay, at least at this point, I think I need to send a message or messages to Meredith. I would recommend, not necessarily all of us have to go, but I am going to probably need Narashi to be able to talk to Harold, because that way we can get some information to Meredith real quick.
I could probably tell him I'm not a stone. Nah.
Lean into it. Just lean into it. It's fine. It's fine. He believes what he believes, and that's all that really matters.
So that we're not going to completely freak him out. He's already bought into the narrative that you're a stone. Just leave.
I'm also pumping his ego, so that's got to help.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if he's cooperative now, I see no reason to let him know he's been misled.
Lied and manipulated.
Aren't we all glad there's not a paladin present?
Plus, I feel like the less he knows, the safer he'll be.
Yeah, I agree. He'll just be like, "This is fucking stone."
Okay. Straight up, I need to go shopping anyway, so I'll probably go into town with you, Rhiannon.
Or could come too.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on my order, so.
I think we should leave some of us with Zaya.
So Ember, you do know your
I've got a few more.
The modifications that you did.
Yep.
Your stone, your sending stone grouping won't be done until
it was a week, wasn't it?
like the end of the month, and we're like at the beginning of the month. So it's gonna take.
It is the 3rd, and the end of the month is 28 days. So.
Yeah.
Well, Amaya's flat broke, so she's not going to do any more shopping, and she's probably at this point going to be running the goblins through drills of how to operate the ship portion, figuring that if Zaya can kind of stay in her humanoid dryad form, then if nothing else, if we get boarded, she can simply weep over to another part of the ship body and kind of just keep bouncing around to stay safe that way.
Sure.
Before we leave, because I'll go with, I'm gonna give you that soul egg that I have, Maya.
Okay.
And I would have already told you about, like, you would have known it.
Right.
But I just would have made sure that you had that just in case something happens. It's another vessel for Zaya.
Yes.
Admittedly, it would be very much a really Hail Mary.
Yes.
The idea was it was meant to kind of hold and protect the quarry spirit until such a time as the ritual to disseminate, for lack of a better term. Bad wording, but there you go. Admittedly, Narashti didn't know that Zaya was an airship at the time.
No! Best discovery ever!
When Narashti hands over the egg temporarily, Amaya is going to ask, Narashti, this is probably a strange question. I don't know if you actually know, but I know it's for holding a soul. Do you think it could potentially be used to essentially host the quarry part of a Kalashtar's soul?
Don't know.
I mean, that's ultimately what its intent is, for all intents and purposes. Because you didn't necessarily know what, I mean, granted, you assumed, originally it was assumed that this new quarry Kalashtar spirit, was for lack of a better term, a regular Kalashtar like you and Narashti, so bonded with a human form potentially, or I mean, somehow this quarry spirit was existing in the prime material, which no one really understood all that was involved with that. I mean, there was a possibility it was already bonded with something. Admittedly, the egg was just meant to be kind of a way to protect said spirit until such time as you could bring him back to Adar, bring him back to Riedra. The purpose of the egg is to store a soul or spirit in it, like a soul gem, for lack of a better term.
I was more kind of wondering about the potential of splitting that, if it could take the quarry part and leave the body part, I guess, of the soul.
Well, Zaya is just quarry, right? There's not.
She effectively is a core. I mean, she is a core. Yeah, all the Kalashtar are bound with the quarry spirit. The Kalashtar are the rebel quarry.
Mm-hmm.
Is so they're more of a.
Well, Amaya wasn't asking that for the potential of storing Zaya in it.
Can a Kalashtar survive without? I guess I don't think we can survive without our quarry parts. I mean, we're too.
Ultimately, Kalashtar are humans that are bonded with the quarries, but that are permanently bonded with the quarry spirit.
So can they be unbonded too? And
I mean, there are rumors, if you will, that the inspired may have a way to do that, but it's been unsubstantiated at this point. So it's more of a boogeyman, sort of rumor. Like that's why you don't want to get caught by the inspired, because they could sever your link.
Okay.
That you don't. No one really knows for certain. Granted, I mean, with your Shadow Hunter organization, so to speak, the Hunters and Shadows dealing with watching the borders and dealing as sort of there is a spy network going into Riedra, but it is, the country of the inspired, as far as Riedra proper, is very much it is sort of a mesh between a totalitarian cult mind state. I mean, it's a tough nut to get a lot of information out of, because it takes a lot of kind of extreme, careful efforts, and of course, if any of the clowns are caught, horrible shit happens.
Yeah.
So it's. I mean, the basics of what you've maybe even traversed the border a few times on smaller, more like raids or assignments, but nothing. You haven't done any really like deep covert operations, for lack of a better term.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's going to be a question that Maya kind of keeps on the back burner, and we'll probably ask Narashi if she learns anything or can find out anything about that in particular.
Sure.
Please let her know.
I'd probably definitely share the boogeyman story. The like, if you didn't know that, of the like, well, maybe the inspector.
And Amaya, you're very aware of it as well. Like,
okay.
Amaya will now be kind of on the back burner, looking into potentially the possibility of doing that on purpose.
Well, and and we'll say if Naransky is handing you this egg, I'm sure she's probably also, if she's entrusting you with the egg, she's probably also giving you the quote-unquote instructions on how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
In that regards, because obviously Naransky needed to know how to use it.
Yeah.
How she was going to transport the 40 Spirit originally. So if she's, at least I'm assuming if you're entrusting it with Amaya, you're also entrusting her how to use it.
Yes, of course. And then saying, like, I don't know exactly what will happen, so this is definitely a last resort.
Of course.
So with that, we're gonna, for those that are going to gather to do their shopping experience, I think now is a good time to take like let's call it a 10-minute break. And then we can kind of continue with our next phase, as it were.
Sure.
Yeah.
And go from there. So for any of those that are watching, we'll say back in 10, and or we'll say back in 11. We'll call it 2:10 Central Time, and go from there.
Sounds
See you all
good.
shortly. Back downtown.
Hello, everybody, again. We are back.
We are trucking.
And I believe we have a shopping episode. Hey. Just kidding. But I do remember some people saying that they wanted to purchase things. Yes.
I wanted to go to first.
Probably another meat cart.
Before the group leaves, Barca grabs Riri and Riri, Barca want to go shopping, but Barca also a chieftain of security. So Barca believes he needs to prep goblins to understand what that means, so that in this time that Zaya or ship girl ship, it's
The sigh.
The long-suffering sigh was the fucking best.
So I'm wondering if Barca give you all his money and you and Gavin maybe just keep eye out for some specific stuff that Barca looking for.
Yeah, buddy. If that's what if you feel like you need to stay here, I'm happy to do that for you. What are you looking for?
Barca looking for two things. Barca looking to keep things out of Barca head.
Oh.
But Barca also looking to move like you and Gavin sometimes, where you are one place, but then all of a sudden you're another place.
Okay.
I think it would be handy for Barca to be able to move around field of battle quicker, better, whether to get Barca out of danger, which doesn't really happen, or get to someone who needs help.
Barca with Misty Step is a terrifying prospect, and I'm fucking here for
It's
it.
an amazing prospect. I'm here for it. I will absolutely look for things for you, buddy. Okay. I'm not sure what we'll be able to find, but it's Sean, so we should be able to find something.
Barca thinks you should take Tina for protection, though. I want Barca doesn't like leaving you unsafe, but Barca need to protect ship girl Zaya thing more, because Maya looks concerned, and Maya never looks concerned unless somebody messing with Zaya. And in this, I think someone could come and mess with Zaya, and then Maya get more angry and more erratic, and Maya not fun when that happened.
She's not. It's better not to make Maya angry.
I want to get a sign that says, "If Amaya ain't happy, ain't nobody happy." And just put it on the ship.
I feel like we definitely need that.
We can definitely ask Tina if she wants to come. I honestly would feel better if Tina stayed here with you to protect Zaya.
What happens if you get captured? Barca like Gavin, but Gavin attract trouble all the time.
You are not wrong, buddy.
I'm right here.
Oh, Gavin.
You're still not wrong, buddy.
You're not wrong, but I am right here.
I mean, I stand by my statement. I just didn't want you to hear it.
No, you're right. And
we can check with Tina and see if she'll come with us.
Well,
You see, Paladin actually steps up and goes, "I'll go with you." keep an eye on you if you want.
I know that words were coming out of your mouth, Brian, because I saw your mouth moving.
But it won't.
He said something about a paladin.
Kaladin.
Just finished the last kill for me.
Testing.
Eh?
Yeah.
It's cranked up to full.
Yeah, no, I don't know why the sound is being.
Well, now I can hear you. You're just being too quiet.
Paladin does step up, and he's like, I can keep an eye on her if you want.
Kaladin is not the paladin, right?
Correct.
Kaladin is yes. Cool. Yeah, Kaladin can come with us.
He's Henry Cavill from Witcher.
Worse.
Just in case he's.
Kaladin? Oh,
No, we're not bringing the paladin with us.
that's Cass, and he's gone.
Oh, well, that make Barca feel better. Barca now gonna go talk to Maya, and he just turns and leaves.
Okay. All right. So who is going on the shopping episode?
I wanted to go to House Civis first.
Okay. Who is going along with Gavin and Rhiannon?
I think I have to go for part of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I needed Narashji to at least go with me for the House Civis trip.
I probably should trot along with them.
Okay.
And Maya will be sticking with Zaya and the ship and the goblins and doing our drills and practices and all that.
Yep.
Okay.
Barca is gonna definitely try to take all of that over.
Take over the training.
Yes, being chieftain of security.
Okay.
Maya will probably counter that by giving Barca the a very special job in basically what amounts to a game of hide and seek with Zaya, basically to kind of help, test her ability to get away from people. Barca is going to be, Maya's going to ask Barca to kind of keep looking for Zaya and try to, grapple her, like give her a hug whenever he sees her, and instructing Zaya to kind of just sweep to another part of the ship and evade capture.
What would I have to roll to get a deception on that? Because Barca's pretty fixated on. He just left Riri off to her own devices so he could train the goblins, and Barca's pretty soulfully fixed on something he sets his mind to do, especially when he puts others up in danger, or at least he believes.
I would allow Barca to make a.
Wouldn't that be an insight check?
I'd say insight.
No, well, that's handy, but not for me. Awesome. I rolled a 19 for 17.
Oh.
A -2. Ouch.
-2 on wisdom. Oh my god.
Oh.
You actually, you're kind of, you actually recognize that she may be not 100% on the up and up. Now it's not like and she's not it's not that she's necessarily trying to flat out deceive you, so to speak, but you do get the sense that she's trying to, that there is sort of a command structure that she's trying to reinforce with the captainage. And while you are all captains, she is the capo di tutti captain, as far as being that she's Zaya's mom. So you're recognizing that she is trying to for what that's worth try to insert that dominance, we'll say, by kind of giving you the instructions that she has. Take with that what you will.
Okay. Barca looks at Amaya and says, Amaya, can Barca trust you?
Of course, Barca.
This not time. This not first time Barca in charge of security.
I understand.
And playing this, though Barca confused by why Gavin would like to play war game at this time, maybe Barca and Amaya work together on creating security detail for Zaya, as Barca have experienced being chieftain of security, and Amaya being Captain Barca will listen, but Barca urge Amaya, Captain Amaya, for the help.
A good point, Barca. Well, let's talk strategy then about our security a little bit. The way I see it, the best way to keep Zaya safe in an event of boarding or if someone is trying to capture her would be to have her in her humanoid form that can move from place to place aboard the ship. Would you agree?
Barca, this is where Barca is gonna get confused. So she can be ship and girl at same time?
Well, she can be one or the other. Either she can be the full ship or she can have her humanoid form here. That's, as far as I can tell, more or less where her soul resides at the time.
Understand. Barca also understand we ride ship girl sometimes and she's not in human form, and if we're in sky, Barca fall slowly, but everybody else might fall hard.
Very true. Which is why when Zaya is in her humanoid form, we'll need the goblins as crew to pilot and steer the ship part.
I think also we need to organize security details for goblins. I think goblins are a good choice for security, with instruction not to attack invaders, but to alert crew. We did that in specific ways where I'm from, is immediately if something looks alarming or something look not normal, goblin stop and track and start a howl and a pound. And then if another goblin hears howl and pound, they also need to stop what they're doing and howl and pound, so that eventually that all goblins and crew members are howling and pounding, knowing that there's something that is not good coming towards ship.
Yes, that would be an effective tactic. Then even if something was interfering with their shared mind connection with Zaya, we would still be alerted to the danger. Perhaps you'd like to take this opportunity to run them through some drills on starting the howling and chanting?
Barca agree.
Very well. I will leave that to you, our head of security.
Chieftain.
My apologies. Chieftain of security.
Yes, Captain. And Barca starts collecting all the goblins and taking them through routines.
Okay. Maya will then start kind of working with Zaya and teleporting around and finding good hiding places and being ready to kind of weep to another spot if she gets found.
And we'll say, as far as the finding hiding places and things of that nature, you guys, we'll say you guys develop a set of strategies as far as some different places to go I imagine you also figure out as far as like, I'm assuming this is more of like if you guys are boarded.
Correct. This is more if we get boarded or if somebody else ends up with some object like the egg and is trying to grab her soul, having her soul and just the humanoid body out of sight rather than just the ship at large. So there's probably a couple of things like creating a couple of enclosed spaces within the ship that don't actually have any doors or windows that people couldn't get to, but that she could, travel through the ship to, and kind of setting up those kinds of strategies. And
I imagine Liddy is probably also sort of invested in some of these strategies as well.
Yeah, that's actually a very good idea. Probably.
Yeah, Barca also will lean towards like letting the goblins know like some of the threats he thinks about. Anything if they're flying in through the air, he'll talk about different things they may see in the sky or within proximity of the ship. And then he'll say, he'll bring Amaya in on also explaining these threats, so it's not all coming from Barca, so that Amaya has also got different ideas, obviously, of what would be a threat or not a threat.
Sure.
So there's kind of a collective teamwork there. I will say this, Amaya, when Barca starts working with the security detail, it's very evident that he's worked with security stuff before. He's actually, for the first time, Barca actually looks organized.
That's fair.
It's still chaotic. To you, for sure, kind of chaotic, but it's effective with the goblins.
Well, and truthfully, Amaya was less concerned about Barca being effective with security and kind of training the goblins, and more concerned that if the goblins are indisposed piloting the ship, they may not be able to perform a lot of those security functions.
Right.
So there's probably a little bit of that too, and they will go over this with the rest of the crew and make sure that they know what to do and know to go to you for guidance for security on the ship. But yeah, no, Maya is totally cool with Barca being chieftain of security.
Perfect.
I dig it.
Okay.
Oh, and one last thing. Sorry, Game Maestro. Amaya, Barca also lets you know that he thinks you are the one true captain of the ship.
Damn it!
And Amaya sincerely thanks Barca for that.
I'm going to put this out there. Gavin was under no illusions as to who was actually in charge.
Samesies.
Neither is Ember. It's just a fucking joke.
A wonderful joke.
And one we're going to take to our goddamn graves. But
Amaya's still 100% on board, though, with everybody being a captain of something. So, like, Barca being the captain or chieftain of security, and Ember being the, either the captain of the, musicians, or captain of entertainment, or captain of something.
Sure. Entertainment.
I'll be the captain of industry.
There you go.
Of what?
Pretty soon, people are asking.
No, I don't know.
I think Gavin is the captain of putting feet in mouths.
I feel like that's pretty accurate.
Said with love.
Worst captain of PR. Rhiannon's like HR.
Gavin is like Jane Cobb in charge of public relations.
There you go.
I think Rhiannon can be captain of PR here.
The HR/real PR.
Probably for the best.
All right. So for the rest of the group that is heading out, So just verify again: Ember, Narashti, Rhiannon, and Gavin, and Kaladin. So the 5 of you. All right.
Correct.
Yep.
So you head out, and the first place you go to is the Civis sending station. I did look. Apparently, it is 2 silver pieces a word for whatever message you want to send. So,
is it up to 25 words, or is it as many words as I want to send?
it's 2 silver pieces
That's fine.
per word.
That's money.
They got a higher level
Because
sending.
they send it in multiple
Okay.
messages.
I mean, realistically, that's actually fairly expensive. We just happen to be loaded, so.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Narashti, can you ask your friend Harold? Can you come out of stone thinking and ask Harold where he is?
All right. So Narashti will try to find a quiet space. Hello, Harold.
Hello, Nene.
Oh God. Oh yeah. Okay. Where are you right now? I'm going to try to find you safety. But I need to know where we are right now. Where we are, yes.
Okay. Well, we are in Stormreach. Are you?
Through my stony connections, I have been able to Ember's face. I have been able to contact others who can help keep you safe and protected while you keep me safe and protected. I need to know where specifically we are so they can find you.
I would like you, Narashti, to roll a deception roll.
Yeah, I was waiting for when I was going to have to do one of these. Oh, no. Okay.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That got super Minnesotan super fast.
It did.
She's doing rock speak.
16!
Okay.
Hey.
You are in luck. He rolled like a 3 on the die. So
That's good. I have 0 modifiers, so it's a straight die roll.
Truth be told, probably is too. Well, yes. So I am in the Shattered Tower Inn.
Okay. I need to go back and rock think and communicate elsewhere to my friends
With other rocks.
With the other rocks.
Do you know who?
Have we established? We haven't talked to them. I'm still working on that, but I needed to know where you were specifically so I know who can come help you.
Oh, okay.
While you're here, maybe you can draw one of your great maps of the area, the place.
Oh, I have admittedly been drawing some maps of Stormreach, more out of, something to do, but admittedly my expedition got canceled before we were sent out to do, and he starts going on this diatribe of kind of everything that happens. You realize you've kind of gotten to the point now that as a stone, he trusts you enough to basically start telling you his life story to the point where you may have to actually kind of interrupt to stop him.
And he's totally showing maps to the stone that can't see.
100%.
But you get to do the summary of probably the next 10 or 20 minutes, provided you allow it to go that long. Basically, he was hired on to help map a expedition But the expedition, when it got to Stormreach, it floundered basically, and he was pretty much stuck here.
I think she would listen, but she'll pause at one point to let Rhiannon know where he's at.
It's like a phone thing, like you're holding.
Yeah. But then it's like, like when you're walking around, there's that one friend who's like just on the phone the whole time. That's like Narashti right now.
You're a Kalashtar and are used to both being able to speak and do the mind link thing. I'd say that's probably a skill you have unique to the Kalashtar that you probably have down fairly well at this point.
That's true. And I'm just listening to his story. I'm just like a comment here and there to like, oh, fascinating. Tell me more.
Yeah.
Just put him on hold.
I mean, I would imagine in general for the Kalashtar, that would be kind of a sort of a nondescript cultural skill that you probably get down pretty well.
Yeah. That makes sense.
But yes, you were able to do that. You definitely get the sense that he is not an adventurer per se. Yeah, he is a cartographer who was hired to go on an expedition, which he was very reticent about, but the money was supposed to be good. But then, unfortunately, the person that had their money, as they were procuring what little bit they needed before they were actually going to head out into Zendrick, disappeared. Is presumed dead.
Oh, dear.
So that's the reason why he's basically stuck in Stormreach right now.
Excellent.
You do also get his full name is Harold Daguerre.
Harold Daguerre.
And although when he says that, he's like, yes, Harold Daguerre. Oh, I'm sorry, Stonekeeper Harold Daguerre.
Yes.
And you feel like, because obviously you've got the mind link, he feels actually a little bit proud about that. Like he's,
Keeper Stone.
I'm putting that in parentheses in my notes.
I probably to who's ever with me goes, I am gonna break poor little cartographer Harold's heart if I ever tell him about me not being a stone.
So don't tell him.
You're Narashti. You're different.
Right. Don't tell him.
I know.
He will forever be the keeper of the stone.
It's like warms my heart.
At some point, when you're talking to him, kind of slip in there that periodically you go dormant for long stretches of time.
It's been thousands of years before you woke up,
I mean, I don't know which direction he leans, but a beautiful woman might show up who says, "I'm the stone," and he might be, infatuated by that idea.
There we go.
Depending on which way he leans.
Narashti runs off with a cartographer.
I did have him on the under the Stormreach NPC list. I did put his name in there, so he's in there.
I was gonna say you could take a moment now, Brian, and roll for gayness.
Yes. Natural 20 is crit gay. Natural 1 is crit straight.
Great.
You meet him in person. He sees that you're a beautiful woman. You tell him that he made the map to your heart, and then you run off with him.
Ah, sold. This is it. This is Narashti's new goal. Just taking off. Harold, the stonekeeper cartographer. We'll make a little box for the stone to live in too. You do
rock.
Pet rock. Yeah.
Velvet.
But a little bit kind of like a shrine,
Yes.
Oh my god.
Where it's well padded.
All right. Well, as soon as I get the name of the inn from Narashti, I will send a message via the station. This message is 38 words. And it is as follows. From Rhiannon. Need urgent assistance to find Kalashtar named Kalantosh. Point of contact, Harold Daguerre at Shattered Tower Inn, who bought a sending stone previously in Kalantosh's possession. Needs shelter and protection. Will you help? Please respond ASAP.
And with the, and you probably leave the information with House Civis as far as where to, or sure, let me rephrase. She would probably send the response once she's able to, probably in House Madani, to get filtered back to you, just because that's normal kind of. If she doesn't have any sort of magic way to ping you directly, and she might, but if she's, if she goes through House Civis like you just have, that they'll typically, she'll send it probably to Madani.
I'll send a second message then, just to follow up.
Unless you requested something different.
Yes, I can.
No, I didn't request anything in print.
No. Unless you want something.
You can open those back. You my name.
I'm having a hard time hearing you because you were quiet, plus the kids were loud. So I'm not sure what you just asked me.
Is this a little bit better?
Yes.
Okay. So if you have any special requests as far as how you want her to reply, I guess if you put that in there too, she can. Otherwise, I'm assuming she would respond via Madani.
I'll just tag onto the end of that message then. Additional contact will be made via trustworthy friend Ember.
Okay.
How's that?
Which brings
What Meredith doesn't know isn't going to hurt her.
Which brings my total to 47 words. So that's what 94 gold silver. So
it's all silver, so that'd be 9.6 gold.
I'll just give them 10 gold.
You think?
And I will let them know that it's like as soon as a response comes, they need to get it to Zaya.
Absolutely, Lady Madani. We are on.
Thank you. It's extremely urgent. Extremely.
I got a stolen weapon.
And I will give them another gold.
Your hair looks.
And they nod, and then you see literally the personage, the gnomish person that you're speaking to, hands the message over to one of his guys, and you see they immediately start to go to do their thing to send the message.
Awesome. I'll use my little Zaya bead to relay through Zaya to Amaya to hopefully expect a message and to let me know as soon as one comes.
Okay.
Will do.
After that, where are you guys going?
We're going
Shopping.
We're going shopping.
All right.
I have something as we're walking away from Civis. Gavin, having overheard Barca's request, kind of looks at Rhiannon and is like, I have an idea. We may have to commission something, because I don't know if there's going to be like an item or anything that's going to give him the ability to teleport. But I have a thought, because he doesn't really wear armor or anything like that. Maybe like a badass looking like metal sash that has the ability to teleport. I don't know. It just feels right for the chieftain of security.
I like your thinking. I was thinking of I know of a cloak that will sort of kind of do that.
Okay. I want to do something with a sash, so it doesn't have to be Misty Step. It could be something else, but I feel like a sash just to kind of connote his station is going to be the best.
You are trying to look like Chewbacca.
Actually, I was leaning towards Worf, but
we're going
I'll
for
take
Worf
too.
I'm here for it. My only concern is that would probably be a commission, and that's going to take some time. Either that, or we can get the metal sash, and I can spend some time working on enchanting it.
Okay, well,
but that's going to be a longer term.
Let's first see if they have something that will give him the ability now, and if they don't, then maybe we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
I do have stuff that is being commissioned that will be ready at the end of the month. So Sharn,
that's true. If it
a repeat destination at some point.
I mean, and admittedly, I do need to go to Stormreach at some point. I have something to give somebody there, but again, let's focus on this and find your mom. So we go shopping.
It should be noted, Barca would both have posters of Chewbacca and Worf up in his bedroom.
Yes!
If that sort of thing would have existed.
Barca is life goals at this point, so...
Barca is life goals. Does Barca have anything attuned right now?
He does.
How many things does Barca have attuned?
Just checking right now. 2 things attuned.
Oh my.
Okay. That could be problematic.
Yep.
Because probably both magical items would require attunement.
Yeah.
He can. There are certain things that he is thinking about, like with the ability to Misty Step and Ring of Feather Falling, that kind of cancel each other out to a certain extent.
That's fair.
Okay. So ask Barca, what items do you have attuned currently?
Ring of Feather Falling and Ring of Psychic Resistance.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh, that's great.
Okay.
Gavin is specifically looking for a new sword.
Rhiannon is looking for paper birds, which is a magical item, or something that will function similarly to it. Which I think I had mentioned last time after we cut off the air.
Yeah, I think.
Or potentially some sort of magical paper of sending. Or even a pair of psychic. What's psychic paper?
No, it's nothing. It's a Doctor Who reference that has
the Doctor
Who conversation.
Okay.
Okay, so Gavin's looking for a sword or weaponry of some kind. Rhiannon's looking for potentially some form of communication device, which we'll dive more into that. As far as Ember and Narashti, are you guys looking for anything?
No, I think once I've helped Rhiannon, Narashi's going to go back to Zaya.
Okay.
Unless anybody else needs her for anything.
Okay.
I am actually I am going to be looking at a clothing shop.
Okay.
And I am going to acquire some really nice dresses that would be appropriate for Zaya.
Okay.
I'm gonna probably buy her 3 different dresses.
If Gavin at some point is made aware of this, he will recommend glamour weave dresses.
I have glamour weave.
Well, but for Zaya.
Ember, if you share what you're doing, Narashti will come with you instead of going back to Zaya.
know if I would actually share it because that would be something that I would just see when we were walking, and then all of a sudden Ember would disappear into the shop.
All right, then Narashi will still go back.
It's like going to Renfest with some of our friends.
Pretty much.
Yep, then you're done now. Got the tunic. Literally. Just curious, for everybody, what is or for those that are out shopping, what is your passive perceptions?
My passive perception is 17. My passive investigation is 21.
12.
Oh, 10. That hurts me.
16.
Okay. All right. So let's go with let's start with Riri here. Just to remind me, was the paper bird, was that a figurine of Wonder's power thing, or was that a token, a feather token equivalent? I'm trying to remember what it was listed in the book.
I'm sorry, what was the first part of your question?
The bird.
Mm-hmm.
Was it like one of the feather tokens, or was it?
No, it's a magical sheet of parchment.
It's a wondrous item, Brian.
It's a wondrous item, yeah.
It's just a paper bird. It's its own thing.
Oh, and it is its own thing. Okay. I'm assuming it's like a one-time use and then it's done kind of thing?
Yeah.
One use per sheet of paper, yeah.
Okay, and does it work like animal messenger then, or?
Okay, it says, after you write a message of 50 words or fewer, the magic sheet of parchment speaks the creature's name. The parchment magically folds into a tiny paper bird and flies off to the recipient. The recipient must be on the same plane of existence, otherwise the bird turns into ash as it takes flight. So basically, yeah, it's just the written message.
How long does it say it takes the message to get to the recipient?
Yeah, it's got a flying speed of 60. That was gonna be my next
Yeah, it's got an armor.
Bird is what I found. It's not really what Rhiannon wants, but I was hoping to find some sort of something similar that maybe would just magically poof and go to the person. Understanding that it would be very expensive, rather than actually physically flying.
Okay. Specifically, do you want it to be a physical object that goes to the recipient?
I don't really care. So my goals were, 1, I want to be able to send messages. 2, I don't want it to require a spell slot on my part.
Okay.
And 3, I don't want it to have to physically travel. So, and I want it to be able to go to multiple people. So I know I could get a pair of sending stones and just send one to Meredith. But in case I need to send something to somebody else, yeah.
You want to be able to send it to someone regardless if they have a way to receive it normally.
Yeah.
Basically a wand of the spell sending.
Oh, is that a thing?
I don't know.
I don't think it's officially a thing, but it's possibly something we could make a thing.
Right.
Back down.
All right.
I mean, I have the spell.
So we'll say since it's out, it's doable. It's easily doable. Obviously, sending is only a 3rd level spell, so it's not like it's out of the realm of possibility. It will have to be something that is commissioned.
How long will it take?
Well, let's see. Okay. Give me just a moment as I make something up.
And would that be something that I could actually make?
Anybody who has spellcasting ability can technically craft magic items. So yes, being that
If we get the materials, so
you have
whatever.
to purchase the materials, and then it just takes time.
Yeah.
So you technically could make it.
Yeah, I'm just realizing now I could have technically made those stones that I'm commissioning.
But then you have to devote a significant amount of time.
Yeah, I would have to devote a lot of my own personal time to it. That's true.
Okay. So what we'll say, Ariane, is they can make an item. Let's call it. Sorry. I realize I'm making this up, and I could just make up an idea, but at the same point, I kind of wanted to sort of land in a thing other than to say it will take 3 years and be like, why? Because I don't know. So I want to see what other things are sort of equivalent that I can.
They have to mine a kyber crystal. I don't
compare it to. Where's the? Sorry, give me just a brief moment. There we go. Okay. So the good news is, being that it's not a questionable spell, so to speak, it's going to be relatively inexpensive for a comparable item. We're going to say it would probably be about 3,000 gold. However, it will take about it'll take about 8 weeks to create. If that interests you, they kind of similar to what they were doing with the Maya, with the sort of the payment plan, as it were, is that if you pay half down or pay a chunk down, then a goodly chunk.
Okay, may I argue with you?
Sure.
So I'm looking at chapter 6 in, I think this is the dungeon, the DMG. I believe a 3rd level spell would make it an uncommon item.
Actually, I was comparing it to a wand of lightning bolts, which is also a 3rd level spell. Considered a rare.
Okay.
So I'm going on this, which, according to, which as far as someone to craft it, according to stars, takes about 10 weeks normally. And so I would say if you wanted to, so $3,000 for the basic cost. If you wanted to pay a little extra, they could probably knock it down to 8 weeks, but it's still going to take a while to create.
Okay. It's not.
Now, if you wanted to do a different route, like scrolls of sending or something along those lines, truthfully, that would probably be a much cheaper option and probably way more readily available.
Yeah, 3rd level scroll is just an uncommon thing.
I mean, you could get the ball rolling on the wand or whatever, and just use sending scrolls for the time being.
I'm just. Where are you getting the 8 weeks from? Like, I'm not trying to be obnoxious here. I'm just like, I'm looking at like an uncommon item takes 20 days and 500 gold pieces.
So I'm getting it from Xanathar's Guide to Everything.
You're using Xanathar's. Okay. I was looking in the DMG.
And as far as kind of figuring out the crafting time and roughly the cost, I mean, admittedly, the monetary portion that is a lot more wibbly wobbly than definite.
I mean, I guess if that's my option. Yeah, I guess if that's my option, I'll commission something and look for some scrolls.
So how much would you like to put down the down payment for that?
You said the total cost was how much?
3,000 if you want it done in 10 weeks. I'd say if you want it.
I can't see myself.
You're cutting out again.
Oh, there I am.
So 3,000 for 10 weeks. Try to cut down the speed. Maybe add another 250 to it. They can knock it down to like 8 weeks.
What you did.
Okay. I mean, I'll put down like all but like 500 just so they know I'm serious about it.
Okay.
I'll offer them more if they can get it done by the end of the month.
Oh, that's better.
Like, I'll double it if they can get it done by the end of the month.
Yeah, because that would be paying 2 enchanters, basically.
So, okay. Well, let's see. All right. They will agree to those terms. They don't necessarily know how they're going to do it.
Okay, so if it's going to be 6,000 total, I'll put 4,000 down now, and I'll pay balance when I pick it up.
And they give you, much like Amaya did with her sun sword, they give you a kind of a letter documenting what you have paid. Also kind of documenting if you don't make any further payments after a year and a day, you know, they're then free to keep the down payment and sell it to whoever they see fit, yada yada. Gavin.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was responding to children. What's up?
Don't worry. So I believe you said you were looking for a weapon, correct?
I am looking for a sword type weapon.
Okay.
The Venom Fang has served me well, but I'm at this point looking to upgrade to something a little less poisony.
Okay. Are you looking for lack of a better term, just a sort of a generic magic sword, or are you looking for something that has some special abilities to it?
I mean, I would like something. Honestly, he's looking for something unique, and honestly, I'm like, he's legit not above you getting a, for lack of a better term, a cursed weapon. Something that isn't necessarily on the fully up and up, but also isn't necessarily abjectly evil.
So he's window shopping in the dark alleys of the Ren Fair.
Right. I'm at Nocturne Alley right now. I'm walking into Borgen and Blotz, and I'm straight up just... Or not Borgen and Blotz. I can't remember what the Nocturne Alley one was, but I'm straight up just looking for the weapon of certain death or some shit like that. Just...
Does it have to be a sword?
It has to be one-handed. Other than that, no.
Okay.
Ideally, I would like something bigger than a dagger.
Let me think about something here for just a moment.
He was prepared for battles, not for shopping.
Why not both?
Why not?
I mean, I was trying to prepare for as much as I could, knowing that you guys, like at this point, I am literally just throwing out plot hooks. It's whichever ones you guys bite on that then determines where we go. But so far, we haven't quite 100% figured that out. Other than we know Rhiannon's mother is kind of one that's really set pretty good so far. But there are plenty of hooks out there. So
just preparing for all of the hooks to come at us all at once.
Yeah, all of them come at once in one game.
And all of them feeling like they have to be done within the next 2 weeks.
Honestly, that's kind of how I run World of Darkness games.
Speaking of...
Later.
It's going to be, whatever happens, the next 2 weeks are probably going to be busy. In game.
Yes.
So you see the gentleman's like, it has to be one-handed, you say?
One-handed. I prefer something with a little bit more oomph than a dagger, but I'm not really a two-handed kind of weapon kind of guy.
Does it have to be? Do you prefer something that is?
Ooh, a hammer.
I guess hefty or more like a rapier, more. For lack of a better term, finesse-ish, I guess, if one were to say something along those lines.
If I'm being honest, it does not specifically matter. As long as it is a one-handed weapon, I'm trained how to use it. So.
Very well.
Hammers and axes. Okay.
Out of character, his strength and dex are the exact same, so it does not matter.
Yeah.
Nice.
Where is the
versatility is kind of nice.
And he adds his if he makes it his pact weapon, he adds his charisma to damage anyway, so it's not like it matters that much.
Mm.
Sorry, Brian. I should have given you a heads up that I was going to be doing this.
Nope, it's all right.
Also, for Brian's purposes, I am willing to do a trade with Venom Fang and then supplement with cash if it's, expensive or whatnot.
Okay. Oh, right. Sorry, I'm just taking it. I apologize for taking a quick look here. Let's try. Okay. They do actually have a special blade that admittedly they have not yet quite found a home for. But being that you are a man of discerning taste who carries with you several interesting wares, and they definitely do take an interest in plants and venom thing. There's a weapon. This sword is actually confirmed to be a Decani blade.
A what blade? That's Adam. I didn't hear what you said.
From the Decani Empire.
Oh, really? Tell me more.
Well, it has while it seems to be a fairly common magic to the discerning eye, there is it has a way of striking true to an extent that when one who is decently trained on how to handle a blade wields it, it does indeed can cause quite a bit of harm. I believe it was actually designed to be possibly an officer's weapon of in the Decani Empire or what have you, but it is made several things. It's made out of a very unique metal, which in and of itself is of interesting note. But it is made out of an interesting sort of lustrous sort of purplish steel known as bishek.
I see. And Brian, just is he playing straight with me? I want to do an insight check.
You can do an insight check if you want. I mean, this is. I will say you guys probably went to the same guy that the same shop that Amaya and whatnot went to. So
there's an established relationship there.
Yes.
It's a 15.
He seems to be speaking true to you. It is definitely. He pulls out what looks like a long sword, but what's very interesting is it's definitely not tapered like your regular longsword. It almost kind of looks like best way I could describe it is if you ever saw Pirates of Dark Water back in the day, which I realize is dating many of us, but there you go. But it's got kind of it's a much wider blade than your typical longsword, and instead of tapering up to a point, it kind of goes. Not only does it seem to kind of go straight up as like a big, long, thick blade, but it seems to have sort of a serrated edge, and then the very tip of it, instead of being pointed at all, is almost more like a pickaxe in that it comes out in two very sharp sort of points that kind of finish off the serration, and then it's sort of a flat tip. So it's very much a chopping blade.
So I will summon Venom Fang and I'll put it down on the counter, and then I will ask the gentleman if I might give it a swing or two just to see if it suits my need.
Please do.
So I'll grab the weapon and I'll give it a swing. Am I proficient with this weapon, Brian?
Are you proficient with
all martial weapons?
Then yes, you're proficient with it.
Okay. How much would something like this cost?
Well, let's see. Now, due to the age of the blade, or not the historical significance, I should say, like, and you see it's very well maintained. It looks like it's brand new. Like it isn't. It doesn't look beat up. There's no dings or rust to it or anything like that. But due to the historical significance of the blade and its abilities, I would be willing to sell it to you for, let's go 7,000 gold pieces.
7,000. I mean, clearly it is a blade of significance and wonder, but you do realize that in order to get that kind of price, you would actually have to sell it to a collector, which, I mean, granted, we're in Sharn, but who needs to do that legwork? I mean, really.
Go ahead and make a persuasion roll.
26.
Okay. I would be willing to drop down to 6,000, but that would be my final.
Out of curiosity, do I have a vague idea of what the worth of Venom Fang would be?
What Venom Fang was what? Very rare?
I have it here. Give me a moment. Yes, very rare.
In comparison, it probably would be a pretty even trade. You might actually even make a little bit of money off of it.
Well, friend, what if I were to offer you this fine weapon in response, and maybe I can also relieve you of... he kind of glances over the guy's shoulder, and just like a common magic dagger.
Okay.
And perhaps I could also relieve you of that dagger on the wall.
May I see the blade?
Well, of course. I gesture. It's on the counter. I hand it to him.
And he kind of, much like you, he kind of, does the thing.
While he's doing it, I will kind of like it. It provides you some resistance to the excruciating effects of poison. Whilst wielding it, you cannot be poisoned. And when you strike somebody with it, they are also potentially hit with the excruciating effects of poison.
Oh my! Well, that's delightful.
We found it in the depths of the jungle in Zendrick, so I can honestly say it's a very rare item.
Excellent. I would be happy for this trade. And we'll take the dagger off the wall and kind of sets it down. And it's like, I believe this would be. And you said this blade's name was
Venom Fang.
Venom Fang. Wonderful. I actually, this sword, we've also given it a name, if you will.
Oh, what have you decided? What is it called?
We call it Ravager.
Ravager. Got it. All right. We have a deal, and I walk away with a Ravager and a +1 dagger.
So the dagger is just going to be a +1 dagger.
Yep.
For Ravager, so it's going to be it is a longsword.
Okay.
It is going to be a +1 to hit the damage.
Sure.
As far as base deal. In addition to that, as he mentioned, this thing was to kind of take the heads of, or to dish out some serious damage. So whenever whenever you crit with this weapon, it will deal an extra. It will deal an extra 2d6 damage. And will ignore any resistances to that weapon's damage type for that hit.
That's awesome.
In addition, because it is made out of bishik, which is that kind of special metal, aberrations tied to Delkir whenever you hit an aberration with it, they take an extra die 6 of damage of the weapon's type. And they, if they have any sort of like fast healing or regeneration, they lose it until the start of your next turn.
Nice.
That part, as far as the aberration damage, is just specifically because of the of the metal it's made out of. That's not a magical property necessarily.
Sure, got it. Awesome. Okay, cool. Then yeah, that's Gavin done.
And then I will say it does require 2.
I actually had assumed as much, so I gotcha. I will have to build it in D&D Beyond, but I will have that for next week.
All right. And then, admittedly for Ember, as far as finding dresses and whatnot, the glamour weave, that is easy enough to do. And where is my Eberron? You can easily find. Oh, what is it? Are you getting? So there's 2 different kinds of sort of that glamour weave. There's the. There's one kind that just changes different effects or different illusionary effects.
Yeah, it's got a 1 charge daily kind of thing.
And then there's another one that allows you to gain an actual bonus to either charisma performance or charisma persuasion roll while wearing it.
Yeah, I have that. You only get that, like, it's 1 per day.
Right. Do you want, so that is the more expensive version?
No, I just want the effect one.
Okay. In that case, you can easily buy a glamour weave item for I'd say like 100 gold.
Okay.
Depending on how many of them, and so like each one obviously will have its own sort of special illusionary effects.
Yeah.
If you want to, depending on how many of them you want to buy, they might even be able to help you with the price a little bit. I guess depending on how many different versions you want to buy.
I was gonna do 3 different ones.
Okay, so tell you what, if you're doing 3 different ones, we will say we'll call it 75 for each of them.
Sure. I was going to have one that had like snowflakes that poof off, and then one that is flames, and then one that was like flowers with butterflies.
I like it. Sorry, just making some notes there as we go. All right. And so
There was also a magical jewelry item that I wanted to see if a shop had.
okay.
Of course, I closed out of it. God damn it. It was a wondrous item, and it's uncommon, but it does require attunement. It's the amulet of proof against detection and location.
Okay.
It's a wondrous uncommon item.
Yeah. I will say you are able to find one. We'll call it 600 gold.
Okay, done.
All right.
We also need to look for the items for Barca.
Sorry.
Honestly, I was kind of just gonna look for like a cloak of shadows because I know how those work. And I would imagine that would be fairly easy to find in Sharn.
Well, I will throw this out there. The Cloak of Shadows was literally a homebrew item that I made for the other campaign, but I'm happy to use it in this game too.
Oh, I guess that's up to Brian.
So the goal is ultimately to give him the ability to do like a Misty Step or
like a Misty Step, yeah.
And like use activated, not like a wand or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Tell you what, kind of stealing the idea from earlier generations of the game, because admittedly the DMG didn't see it, but kind of going along the same lines. There is a cloak that you can purchase. We're going to call it for 1,200 gold. You can get a Blink Dog cloak, which is literally a cloak made out of Blink Dog.
Oh no!
Sorry. But
ethically sourced Blink Dog. It died of natural causes.
Oh, sure.
And basically,
What is that?
It'll have 3 charges on it that resets at dawn, and each charge you can use your Misty Step 1 time.
Perfect.
What kind of action does that take?
Misty Step's a bonus action.
Okay. Yeah.
So you can't use it on the same round that you rage, but otherwise you're good.
And you initiate your rage.
Right.
Once you're ready, you should.
And then I know that he was looking for something for his brain.
Sorry, something for his what?
His brain.
Brain. Okay.
How
Would be a
Rhiannon would like to find a metallic sash for him, or a metal sash for him, and will spend however long it takes, however many weeks it'll take to, like, essentially she wants to try to infuse it with the Intellect Fortress spell, which is a 3rd level spell. I'm just gonna throw you like all of the weird things just today.
No, that's fine.
So next week we start with roll initiative. Let's go. All right.
And admittedly, it may come to that, which, but that's okay. You definitely give him and his crackers the merchant a problem to work on, and so being that you guys have given them so much business right now, they are not going to necessarily request you to put a down payment, but they warn you it may take a little bit more time than everything that you, even stuff that you have kind of commissioned on layaway, because they have to kind of figure out. They're admittedly having to research a little bit and figure out exactly what they're going to do, which will ultimately be part of that creation time. So it's not like you're losing extra time, but being that this is kind of a non-standard item.
Just to clarify, Rhiannon, was this something that you were planning on trying to enchant yourself, or were you going to hire somebody to do it?
No, Rhiannon was going to enchant it herself.
Oh.
I just was looking for the sash to enchant.
I thought you were purchasing something. My apologies. Okay. Tell you what. Let's go ahead and. So you know that this is going to be a fairly potent item, and it's going to take some special materials.
Mm-hmm.
What level spell is it again?
3rd level.
All right, so we're going to say that your first step in crafting this is you will need a what the hell are they called? Like a schema that like a magical blueprint or whatever that kind of put them together. Which I would say you would be able to like a magic formula. I will say you can probably purchase a magical formula now that will help you get started. As far as the actual reagents and whatnot, the material components, that probably isn't going to be as expensive, but it's going to be, but for effectively kind of a rare item, it is going to be somewhat expensive.
I still have 300 gold pieces worth of expensive alchemical reagents that we took from Telemon.
And it's going to be more than 300, but you can definitely put that towards the crafting if you'd like.
Barca also handed you like 8,000 gold.
I was about to ask how much Barca gave me.
He just gave you all of his money, like
okay.
every copper. Like
okay, Barca's the best.
Okay, so we'll say for the magic formula, we'll call that. Where'd I? There we go. We'll call that 1,000 gold. And then for the materials, we'll call that 2,000 gold.
And does that include the cost of the sash?
Yeah. That includes, that's all the material components as well as the whatever reagents and gibbly goop you need to get it all sorted out.
And how much was the blink dog cloak?
1,200.
And I'll turn it into
100 gold.
No, 1,200. 1,200.
Oh, 1,200. Okay.
Yeah. So 4,200 total.
Okay.
Now, the blink dot cloak is going to be an attunable, it needs to be attuned.
Yep, I assumed.
Pardon me, sorry.
I will also add the Blink Dog Cloak to D&D Beyond. It will just take me a little time.
Okay.
No worries.
And then how long do you want me to work on it? I'm assuming this is going to take weeks.
It's going to take weeks. Yep.
Like 10 weeks?
You know it's going to involve some dedicated time to it, but we can dive into that more as we have time. But yeah, it's typically it's equivalent of like a rare magic item. It's going to be at least 10 weeks. You might we can negotiate maybe a little bit with some of our house rules on that as far as knocking the time down a little bit, but it's still going to be several weeks. So
Sounds good.
alrighty. Was there anything else anyone needed to or wanted to purchase?
Yeah, there was about 8 or 9 other items that I wanted to do, and I want to go into vast amounts of detail about how to roleplay through all of that stuff. I really want to drag this shopping episode out as much as humanly possible. No, I think we're good.
Okay. And what was everybody's passive perceptions again?
Fuck.
Perception, my perception is 17. Investigation is 21.
Gavin, what was yours?
10.
Narashti?
She had stepped away. I don't know if she's back.
Narashti went back to the ship.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Amber?
Jesus. 12. I believe Narashti was 16, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right. So
Great. I just gave away my packed weapon, and I haven't had a chance to change my new one.
Fuck. He's walking over to the map. He's doing shit with the map.
I am indeed doing stuff with the map.
Fuck that dog.
Because they... You may or may not recognize that map. We may have used it before. So let's see here. Make some adjustments. Figure out where I want you to be. Sorry, I'm trying to direct this in my. While looking over my laptop at the same time is proving to be an interesting exercise. There. All right. So let's start with so Gavin, Rhiannon, and Kaladin. And Ember, because we'll say that ultimately they waited for you, vice versa. Are walking back towards the ship. And you notice that there are several you hear the sounds of kind of and you see that several flying kobolds seem to be sort of surrounding you. They kind of fly down from upper balconies or bridges and
flying kobolds?
they seem to approach, but you guys all notice them because they rolled really crappy for their stealth checks.
That must be real shitty. I only have a 10.
Yeah, I rolled like a 4 on the die, so they got a total of like 7. But we can roll an ish.
Oh, Jesus.
And then, Rhiannon, would you be kind enough to keep track of initiative for us?
Sure. What did Gavin roll?
12.
What's your mod?
+3.
This is why we don't split the party.
What did Ember roll?
7.
What's your mod?
Oh, right.
What's your Inish mod, Ember?
+3.
Brandon got a dirty 20. What's Kaladin's roll?
Paladin got a 13. That's +4 modifier.
Okay. And bad guys.
WK, or Winged Kobolds, go at a 20 because I rolled crazy good for them.
What's their mod?
They have a +3.
Okay.
And then something else goes at an 18. Also with +3.
All right, winged kobolds are up first then.
Okay. I'll put this guy there. The winged kobolds effectively are going to charge in and start just dogpiling everybody. Because, why not?
I don't suppose I would have had enough time to get an action off before they charged us, since we heard them coming.
Sorry, what was that?
I don't suppose I would have been able to get an action off before they dogpiled us, since we heard them coming.
Nope, we're starting right at the top of the round. So it looks like each of you will get attacked by 3 of the winged kobolds. So we'll start with the 3 on Gavin. I doubt a 9 will hit. Does a 16 hit Gavin?
No, not at the moment.
Does a 23 hit Gavin?
Sure does.
Oh, actually. Okay, so then. And sorry, let me. Does a 20 hit Gavin?
Yep.
Okay, so I forgot the attack tactics. So you will get hit. You see they come in and they know how to kind of distract your, do a flashing thing here while another one comes in there, kind of do that sort of distracting sort of pack tactics. And they do happen to shiv you a little bit for 3 individual attacks for a total of 14 damage.
Oh.
They will then attack. We'll go with Brianna next. Does a 19 hit?
My AC is a 14 right now, since I couldn't get mage armor up.
Okay. So again, much like for Gavin, they just kind of dogpile on you. You do get hit for 5, 9, actually a total of 18 damage. Because one of them gets you right in the kind of the kidneys, while the others are distracting. Now on Ember, what's your AC?
15.
15? Yeah, okay. They got that on the dice alone. Much similar to Brienne, you will also take 18 damage.
Okie
And unfortunately, Galen is also going to take 10. Okay. All right. So yeah, these guys just kind of come swooping in out of nowhere and they're just stab with daggers and just an onslaught of miniature draconic fury.
Mm-hmm.
After the kobolds.
After the kobolds, it is Rhiannon's turn. Who will cast mage armor on herself.
Oh yeah.
Does that help at all?
Yeah.
Close. All right.
And
No, down, not up. There you go.
Sorry, sometimes it's hard to maneuver
No.
the camera while I'm looking over.
Oh. Stop.
which one is me?
You are right here.
Okay.
Gavin, Ember.
Cool. I can't do anything. Can I use my bonus action to or move or whatever? I just want to use my link to Zaya to have her tell the others that we're being attacked by winged kobolds. Do not bring the entire ship down here.
I would say you wouldn't even have to. That wouldn't even take that.
Okay. Well, I will do that. I don't have anything else I can cast as a bonus action this round, so that will be Rhiannon's turn. After Rhiannon is what of the something at 18.
Okay, next.
Kaladin.
Right. He's gonna. Stabulates a cobalt. He runs a cobalt through with his rapier. And you kind of hear him just kind of cursing under his breath, but he kills one and he is done.
After Kaladin is Gavin, and then it'll be Ember.
I'm muted. I'm going to ready my shield, and then I'm going to use my bonus action to summon a Shadow Blade with the Ring of the Shadow Blade.
Okay.
And I'm going to just dump all 3 charges, because I am not having this shit today.
Okay.
Which means it is cast at 3rd level, which means it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think the base damage is, what, 2d8 or something? It goes up. Oh, look, it's in the...
So, so that's... So I'm going to be doing 4d8 if I hit.
4d8.
So, we are going to go ahead and roll to hit the bastards. 17. I rolled crappy.
That will hit.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just curious. I know you pumped a lot of points into it, but what's your minimum damage?
9.
Okay. Which one do you want to... So you are right here. You've got 5 in reach of you. Which one do you want to hit?
Oh, let's start to the one that is southeast of me.
Oh, sorry. Actually, let me...
Yeah, let's do that. Yep. Let's start that one.
Yeah.
And then this next one here, I'm going to stabulate him in the face as well. For a nat 20, 28 damage. Or 28 to hit, rather.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to roll the 8x8 because I want to.
Yeah, no.
So that would have been 40 points of damage.
So the first one, you slash, and you hear it kind of, and just kind of fall over. Because it doesn't seem to have any sort of like super visual effect, although you can kind of see a little bit of maybe blood kind of coming out of its ears and nose. Hey, funny how that kind of came to the same focus. But when you hit the second one, it's like you just see its head kind of go, huh? And just explode. Like,
Yes.
I mean, you did over 5 times their hit points and damage.
Awesome.
But,
All right, that will end my turn. I believe Ember was next.
after Gavin,
After Gavin and Ember.
so Ember, Gavin did open it up a little bit. You still got 2 on you over here.
I do. But like Rhiannon, close quarters is not a good thing for us. Yeah. Rhiannon, I think you and I need to take a trip. We need to get some distance, yeah?
Yup.
Okay. I grab Rhiannon's hand and we dimension door. I'm going to say 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet to the west. So that open section.
Okay.
So you don't have to move the camera.
Sorry.
God damn it.
All right. So you two. So about over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
That unfortunately is a whole action, but
Well, and if that's an action to cast, so you still technically have a move and a bonus.
I mean, yeah, I technically do have a move and a bonus, but I really don't. Okay. For my bonus, actually, I will inspire. I will give Gavin my inspiration.
Gavin,
I tell him, you got this. I got her.
And Gavin, you are inspired.
You have a D8. Gavin.
All right. And is that the end of your turn? Ember?
Yeah, that is the end of my turn.
All right. After Ember.
Back to the top of the round with the winged kobolds.
All right. Well, this
Wait a minute.
guy's going to charge and attack you.
God damn it.
Yeah, I think that guy's going to just attack again. So, Rhiannon, the one is going to take a swing at you. Oh my god. And that is a natural 20. So my apologies, Rhiannon, but you will take 10 damage. And then the rest of them are going to attack Gavin and Kaladin. Okay, so Kaladin, or no, Gavin, pardon me, does 15 hit you?
15? No, it does not.
21 hit you?
Yes.
Okay, so so 3 of the attacks will hit you then for a total of 14.
Okay.
Now we get to do the same to his AC. Okay. All right. And then you shank into Kaladin as well, although he luckily or unluckily, depending on how you look at it, is not as shanked as Gavin. You see, they definitely dogpiled Gavin when they saw you you stab one of their friends with shadow, and his head exploded.
I'm not mad about it.
But that is their turn as they are done changing. Who is
real quick? Is there a point that you, with getting the message from Rhiannon, that the Zaya knows about it?
There is. We will get to that.
Oh, okay, good. Just.
We're gonna look to over here. Maybe move.
Sorry, I got distracted. We will get. Cobalt's for done.
Okay, that makes it Rhiannon's turn. I would like to. I would like to move. Yep.
Right there.
3 squares east and 1 square north.
So here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I know he'll get an attack.
We can fly.
My AC is 16 now.
Wait a minute. So the little guy misses.
And I will cast Burning Hands
Wait, how do you fly? How do you fly?
at 3rd level to hit the 3 kobolds that are lined up north to south. Yep. And avoid, I think that's Gavin.
Sure. Yeah, I get you. And asking that's a dexterity save?
It is a dex save. DC is a 14.
A 14?
Huh?
Okay. I roll. They actually all rolled a 15 or higher on the dice, so they will succeed. Right.
Yeah, they'll still take half damage, and since I cast it at 3rd level, it's 5d6. So,
Just put it over here. Have one more to read them.
They are many things. These winged kobolds. Iron hit points is not one of them. Not even in the slightest.
Okay. Full damage would be 18, so we'll take 9 points of fire damage.
Yeah, they still. Kevin, you feel nice and warm as this blast of fire comes past you, and 3 little ash piles that were.
Hey, baby, you dried out my swamp ass.
Ew. Ew.
Gross.
The fuck.
Are you doing anything else, Rhiannon, or does that finish your turn?
No, that will finish my turn.
All right.
The something is after me, and then Kaladin.
Sorry, who's next?
Kaladin.
Kaladin?
Yeah, well, the mystery something, and then Kaladin.
Oh.
For right now, you can take the mystery stuff off. Kaladin is going to whack them all. Ooh, get a crit. All right. Kaladin will whack this guy. As his orders were to protect Rhiannon, so that was the closest guy he did it for Rhiannon. All right. And actually, he is going to. No, he's not. Never mind. And then he will be done. So sorry, Kaladin.
After Kaladin is Gavin, and then Ember.
So Gavin, you right now where you're at, you've got 1 one guy here on you because you're here.
I'm gonna just move 5 feet to the east.
Kind of like so.
Kind of like so. And then I'm gonna first fuck up the dude to the east, and then fuck up the dude to the south.
Okay.
I'm rolling, bear with me. $27 to hit.
Yeah. You hit their AC twice and then some.
And then the second one to hit would be a 17.
That will also hit. And they go away. Because your minimum, with what high level spell slot your thing you put it at, they effectively, your minimum damage is enough to whack. Are you doing anything else?
Directly north of me is Kaladin, yeah?
Correct. Kaladin is here. There's 2 kobolds here. Rhiannon, Ember, one last kobold.
Okay, I'm going to use my bonus action to Misty Step directly on the other side of the kobold from Kaladin. Not that he needs.
So?
Yep, not that he needs the flanking advantage, but I'm going to give it to him anyway.
That's all right.
And that will end my turn.
All right, that's again.
Ember.
Well, yep. Okay. So
there's this little guy
yep,
here.
that little guy right there. He is going to receive my love. Yeah, 5. I've got a 15-foot cone that's going right to his face.
Okay.
And I believe I can do that without hitting Rhiannon.
Yes, you can. That's a
he needs,
thing?
Yep, Dex 13.
Oh, did not make that one.
And he will receive 9 fire damage on his face.
And he does. Or she does. Or they die.
They, them.
Truthfully, they're a pile of ash now, so whatever gender or non-gender they were at this point is pretty much irrelevant.
Then I am going to run my 30 feet of movement.
Okay.
I'm going to get right in front of Rhiannon.
Right here?
To the east of Rhiannon.
Right here?
Yep.
Okay.
And that will be my turn.
Okay.
Oh wait, nope, not the.
So you still have like a bonus
I
action?
still have a bonus action, which I will.
Rhiannon's nose is bleeding.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna use undeniable logic and tell Rhiannon that everything's going to be okay. You will regain a D8. Hang on. I gotta roll. Nice. You're gonna regain 7 hit points, and you have advantage on your next saving throw.
Nice. Thank you.
Now I'm done.
All right. After Ember.
Top of the round with the kobolds.
Right. They are going to. One of them's going to attack Gavin. The other one's going to attack Kaladin. Gavin. Best I got was a 9, so I doubt that hits.
Nope.
Kaladin got a 12, which he's got a 16, so that misses as well. And then the kobolds, they work together as best they can to stab, but they're not so happy that they're now on the receiving end of the pack tactics as opposed to the outgoing. And are realizing that they're in a predicament. After the kobolds
is Rhiannon, who's sick of this bullshit.
Word.
And is going to cast Witch Bolt and use a sorcery point to twin it.
All right.
Yes.
Fuck this bullshit. And
I'm so happy right now.
For the record, I am casting at second level because I don't know how many hit points they have, and I don't want to have to hit him again. So I will use 2 sorcery points to twin it.
All right.
And so I am assuming that a 23 and a 21 will hit them.
Yes. Handedly.
Wonderful. The first kobold takes, I can totally count. What's 8 plus 7? 15 points of damage.
Okay.
And the second kobold, he will take 18 points of fire damage.
So you see both Kaladin and Gavin's hair sort of stands on end a little bit as you just see kobold skeletons. And then they just kind of just collapse. There's nothing to it. There's literally nothing to it. So that will effectively end this particular section of combat.
I will call back up to Zaya and let her know that we took them out.
Never mind.
Never mind, we're good. We're coming home.
And we will get to her response on that in just a moment. As we have another little scenario here.
Oh, fuck.
It's probably not centered on us, though.
That still looks like a street.
It does. It does look like a street. So Narashti.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
Well, it's gotten very dark in my basement. I need to turn the light.
Because it's 4:00 and the sun is gone.
And it's Minnesota.
And my wife turned off the
Minnesota.
fireplace because I was falling asleep in front of it because it was nice and cozy. So she turned it off. She told me I wasn't allowed to have it on anymore.
That's sad.
Now, Narashti, what is your what was your passive perception again?
My passive perception is a 16.
Okay. So as you are heading back to the airship, can you see yourself okay? I'm not in front of my... No, we're not. Okay, let's try...
No, I can't see anything.
Ding. There we go.
Okay.
You notice as you are heading back to Zaya, there are several cloaked individuals that seem to have been stalking you. Now, just to give you a little description, so these two areas here are steps that go down slightly to an open pad where your longboat, or one of the sky coaches would park up against and people would get in and out of.
Yeah.
This is sort of like a little pseudo outdoor cafe area with tables and chairs, and that's kind of the vendor stand. This is actually a hole with a bunch of water pouring down, because I wanted to link it to my previous map that I had giggles of, where literally water was flowing down.
That's awesome.
Basically the bricks is like the edge where the opening is, and all of that blue space in there is actually water kind of just runneling down at a pretty decent clip.
Okay.
Now, because the other group did get a message off to Zaya, Amaya and Barca, since you are the current officers on the ship, what would be your guys' response?
Oh, no.
Barker's response would have been to jump on Tina and start making my way to the group.
Art 2.
Okay.
Amaya's response would be to call out to the goblins that they are on guard duty for the ship. Let Zaya know to go kind of total defense procedures and go to one of her hidden rooms without access, without her teleporting via the ship. And then Maya would start running through the town towards trouble.
Now, I will say, that there's probably still one of the, because I forget, did we unlock 2 of the longboats or just 1? I'm totally not remembering right now.
That's a good question. I think just 1.
Okay, so then the 1 is gone. We'll say it's definitely, the party's definitely parked it wherever they were heading to get to the boat, basically. So then you will be on foot. Okay, so what I would like then, Barca, I would like you to roll a D4, and Amaya, I would like you to roll a D8.
It's a 3 for Barca.
That's a 1 for Amaya.
What the hell? Okay. And then for the rest of the party, let's see, how many rounds do we have?
I assume that is not those of us that were in the initial fight.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll say, Rhiannon, go ahead and roll me a D6.
I'm sorry, roll you a what? A D what?
Go ahead and roll me a D6.
3.
Okay. So here's the deal. Amaya, and granted, maybe some of this makes a little bit more sense because you're not so much running across bridges as jumping and landing on the next ones below. So you're like parkouring down, leapfrogging bridges, which for some reason makes you faster than Barca on board a silver dragon. So it's gonna take. So 1 round is gonna go by before Amaya gets onto the map. 3 rounds for Barca and this dragon, and it's gonna be 6 for everybody else. So if you just want to put a marker, Rhiannon, at the, we'll say put a marker at the bottom of the round. And that'll let us know when people tick on. And then those of you that have not rolled a niche, go ahead and roll a niche. Barca, Argentia is just going to go on your initiative.
Okay.
If you, and tell you what I'm going to do is, we have access to a monster manual, right?
Yes.
So we're going to say go ahead and use just the basic stats for. I want to say we said it was they were an adolescent dragon.
Yeah, adolescent.
An adolescent silver. You're just going to use that as the basic stats for them, and then we will when it comes down to it, and they'll basically work. They'll go at the same initiative as you. They're like you two are working in conjunction because you've had all that training. And then Rhiannon, remember when I said take something off of an ish?
Yep.
You can put it back on where it was.
Okay.
So top of the round.
I didn't hear. Did the others roll initiative?
I have 17.
Amaya got a 9.
21 for Barca.
Barca.
Yeah.
Oh, and then where did we have? Just had a figure. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. So for the top of the first round, we're just going to worry about Nurashti and the other things that I mentioned that are not back on the initiative. Between the two of them, which goes first?
The things go first.
All right.
Oh, how many are there? I only saw the 2 over there. Oh, God.
Yeah, there are 4 of these individuals, and Nurashti, you do recognize that they are. Pardon me. They are very similar to the draconic-esque beings that you guys got that had ambushed you guys earlier. Funny enough, in Charn when you were trying to find the House Tarkanian people.
Yeah.
Very similar looking in nature, although these are instead of more of the bluish scales, these are definitely more blackish in scales. And actually, I'm going to do a thing. So these ones will double move to get to here. They do not, and so because they double move, they do not get to attack. However, the other 2 will then get to attack. They will then get to shoot at you with their crossbows.
Awesome.
Well, it might not be the end of the world because they roll like crap.
Yeah.
Does a 16 hit you?
No.
Okay. Does a 22 hit you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to take so you're going to take 19 piercing damage.
Okay.
Then I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Oh. That was what it was a 4.
Okay. That is a failed save, unfortunately. So you will also take 24 poison damage.
Oh. Guys, please come quick. I am not doing well.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
that was a total of, I feel like I typed this wrong.
So I believe it was 19 piercing plus another 24 poison.
Oh, golly.
Yep. Okay.
Send a message. My link.
Yeah.
And may I ask Narashi, what languages do you speak?
Let me tell ya. Somewhere in my stuff, it will tell me. Where do I find that?
Should be the very bottom left corner of the D&D Beyond sheet.
Oh, you're right. Celestial, Common, Quarry, Sylvan, another
probably.
Yep, and Thieves Can't.
Okay. So they start hissing at you, which and it's you realize they may be saying something to you, but it's in a language that you are not recognizing.
Okay.
So then at the bottom of that, so that would be the end of that round. So at the bottom of that round, Amaya,
Narashi hasn't gone yet.
oh, sorry, Narashi, go. Sorry.
That is awesome. I would like to. Okay, so I'm gonna hit the one closest to me on the north. They all look the same, right? There's nothing differentiating any.
They all appear to be the same kind of black scale. They are wearing leather armors. These two are wielding dual short swords. These ones have looks like crossbows.
Okay. I'm gonna.
They all have short swords.
I'm gonna hit the one next to me, and I'm gonna use planar warrior for the one on the north.
Okay.
So I'll get an extra D8 there, and I'm going to hit it with my scimitar. Not super well. Does a 15 hit?
A 15 will hit.
All right. And that will be. Sorry. 10 points of damage plus the D8. Uh, 12 points of damage total. And then I'm just going to hit that one again. My second attack. For 21 to hit.
That will hit.
And 11 points of damage on that one.
Okay.
I don't really feel like being surrounded.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I am gonna Misty Step past the two that I'm closest to. So beyond over to the cafe.
Okay.
Maybe over by that table somewhere.
What is your range on that?
30 feet.
30 feet.
So you could end up like right here.
Perfect.
Can you still see? I'm not in front of my.
Yep. No, this is perfect. Yeah, you angled it perfectly. Yeah, and I think that will end my turn with the what the fuck? Stop it.
All right. So, Amaya?
Yes.
Which side do you want to be on? I guess east or west?
We'll go west. Why not?
All right. So at the bottom of the round, since it was only one round for you, you are now effectively there just on the edge of the map.
Where on the edge of the map?
Sorry.
Yeah, it's
You
really
know
long.
what? I'm going to do this.
There we go.
So you can kind of both see. Can you see yourself?
Yep, I can see myself on that view there.
I realize the camera on the tablet is not nearly as good as the actual webcam, but
Sure.
we'll deal with that. All right. So, top of round 2.
The lizard things are first.
Uh-oh, did I lose it?
The lizard things are first.
Oh, okay. All right. So the 2 with crossbows in the back, they're going to shoot actually at Amaya because they see that you're coming up. Does a 23 hit you?
Oof, just barely, but yes.
Okay, so that'll be, and then does a 17 hit you?
It does not.
Okay, so for the one that was a 23 that did hit you, you will take 7 piercing, and then I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Now, is this a ranged attack that they hit me with then?
It is.
I'm going to use deflect missiles.
Use your reaction, use deflect missiles.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
And I will reduce that damage by 20.
By what?
I reduce it by 1d10 plus 12.
Don't monk shit. Just go with it.
Do you add your dex and monk level or just your monk level?
It is 10 plus dex modifier plus monk level.
Oh, never mind. You hit for crossbow, so you did not take any of the. So you would not take the poison damage in because obviously you weren't hit with the bolt.
Cool. How far away is the guy who shot that crossbow bolt?
So the crossbowmen are these 2, and they are 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, about 70 away. This guy is 10, 20, 30, 40 away.
Ooh. And with range increments, if you're in the far increment, you make the attack roll with disadvantage, right?
Correct.
What the heck? I'm going to spend a key point and use that bolt that I just caught to make a ranged attack.
And which one are you targeting?
Let's do the more south one that's within 60 feet.
This one?
Sure.
Or are you shooting the crossbow guys or the guys in melee with Narashi?
Well, I can make the ranged attack. It's range increment of 20/60. So it would have to be one of the closer ones.
Does it have to go to the target that attacked you, or does it go to any of the targets?
It just says if you reduce the damage to 0 and have a free hand, you can spend a key point to make a ranged attack with range 20/60.
Okay. So do you want to just hit that guy then?
Yep, I'll just hit that guy.
Okay.
Attempt 2. Let's see. So that would be essentially that. And with disadvantage, that's actually super nice. 24 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Nice.
Right. Then they will take 6 points of damage. Plus, I guess, whatever that bolt would do to somebody normally.
Yeah, so let's see.
Dope monk shit.
Right?
Okay, so it did make the poison save. So 12, that was 6. So what was the piercing damage?
6.
So the crossbow bolts come shooting out at you. And you just offhandedly sort of catch one and fling it back, and you see it buries into the shoulder of the guy that's over here with the short swords. And the guy with the short swords looks at his wounded shoulder, and then looks at his allies over here and be like, which, if you know Draconic, means what the fuck?
Hey, I do know Draconic. That's awesome.
You guys are going to attack Naranchi with a flurry of short swords.
This is not a good thing.
I believe they're next year. Yeah, they're still going. So, 25 to hit you.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so those first 2 attacks are going to hit. Does a 20 hit you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Second 2 short swords are going to hit as well. You guys notice they're, dog piling on your rock sheet. So those were 4 hits. So
Unless those are only 5, unless it's less than 5 damage each, I'm out.
okay, so the first attack is going to drop you to 0.
Okay.
It's 20 points.
Yeah, I have 19 hit points left.
And then
Shit.
it's going to be 3 more hits.
She's dead.
I'm dead.
At that point, would they keep swinging at her, or would they start coming at me?
So tell you what. So the one that hit you. So you're going to automatically fail a death save.
Okay.
As this one basically shanks you with the second attack. This one's actually 20, 30. This one's going to double move to get up to Amaya. And that will be it for their turn.
Well, after their turn, it's Narashti's turn.
Wow.
Now Narashti needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. And I did. So you said I do get 1 failure for the death roll, right?
You automatically have 1 failure because the guy shanked you after you were down.
Cool. Okay. I'm just making sure I'm getting it right.
Yep.
Constitution.
Yep.
Oh no. 5.
All right. Fuck. So you're down 1 more failure death save.
Yep.
After Narashti, it is Amaya's turn.
Okay. For my remembrance.
Just to let you know, this is the one you hit with the bolt. For what that?
Okay. Yeah. Was it a standard action to apply a healing potion to somebody who is unconscious?
To an ally, yes.
Okay. Then I am just going to, because I should have the movement, I think 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a speed of what, 45?
Yep.
Yeah, you can make it to her without any issue.
So I'm just going to move up to her, pulling out the potion of healing that I have on me.
Now, that will provoke.
That's fine. No repeats.
So that's a natural 20.
Oof.
So
As long as you don't go down too.
take 12 piercing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. 13.
Okay, you'll take 12 poison damage as well.
12.
12.
Bob,
Ouch.
eat that. Go away.
All right. That's fine. This is fine.
Okay, Brian, I'd like to remind you that you're not me. You're not allowed to kill two characters.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, it's his game, so he's allowed to.
Yes, that makes him more allowed to kill. I'm not voting that happens. I'm not vying for.
And the potion of healing, I rolled 6 for hit points.
Okay.
That's fine. Just get her up.
So, Narashi, you're now at 6 hit points.
So am I conscious now?
What?
Am I conscious then?
You are conscious. You are prone.
All right.
Unlike previous editions, you do not dip below 0. So when you get healing, you go from 0 to whatever you get.
Perfect.
Yeah. There's no such thing as quote unquote negative hit points.
Good times.
He did that.
So you are now positive 6 hit points. You are conscious. You are prone on the ground, with Amaya flanking you on one side and a bad, evil, half draconic bastard with short swords on the other.
Awesome. Is it my turn?
Oh, one more thing, as just kind of a free action, since I've heard them speaking Draconic now, I'm going to shout at them, "Leave now, and I won't kill you."
You know what? I'll go ahead and roll intimidation with disadvantage.
Oof. Uh, 12.
The response you get in Draconic is, "I will use your skull as my goblet when I feast at Draka's table."
Just out of curiosity, which one was the one that said that?
Oh, that guy.
That guy. All right.
Fuck that guy
Fuck
in
that
particular.
guy.
Yeah.
Hashtag
He's dying first.
I mean, he's the one I hit.
the one that Narashi beat the crap out of. Yeah, so both of these guys are injured. These two over here are uninjured currently. Was that it for Maya's turn?
Yes, that will be it for Amaya.
Who's after Maya?
I'm muted. I'm sorry. That would be back to the top of the round for round 3. It is the lizard's turn.
Okay, so
Not good.
where did I put my notes? Come on, bro.
Narashi's going down again.
So
No, but I haven't gotten up. They don't know I'm okay yet. Oh, but they gave me a potion.
Uh-huh. They see the eyes open.
okay. Well, the two that are crossbowing see no reason to get in hand-to-hand combat, so they are going to continue to crossbow. I doubt a 10 hits, but does a 21 hit Amaya?
It does not.
Nice.
So they fire. You see this one kind of look at them like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then we'll proceed to, I guess, kind of move over here. Actually, Narashti, what would be like if you were to do a passive stealth? Like, what is your stealth modifier plus 10?
My stealth modifier plus 10.
Yeah.
16, right? Because that'd be Dex. No, or not. Sorry, that's my saving throw. So 13.
Okay. So then this guy will come over here and attack Amaya. Well, 9 won't hit, but I'm guessing a 26 will.
That will.
For 6 piercing, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Ow. 22.
Okay, so you do make the save, so you only take half damage. So that'll be 6 points.
Owie.
The second guy, however, is going to then try to ship shank you. But did not roll well, even with advantage. That was a 13. That's not going to hit.
Nope.
But I believe that one might hit. Is that 20? Come on, brain, do math. You can do math. 21 hit?
That does not.
So just barely sneaking it out of the gate as they come in, short swords a wailing.
Whew.
And you feel this burning in your muscles, which you know is not from exertion, just as you feel that poison just ripping through you. But you just have, luckily Kalashtar deal a lot with force of will, and you just fight through it. But you know you're a hurt unit.
Yep. I'm super thankful for these bracers of defense right now.
After the half dragons.
Narashti.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so I need to heal myself.
Yes.
I'm just gonna stay down here and pretend that I'm not well, and I'm gonna heal myself.
Ooh.
Do cure wounds as a 2nd level spell. I'm gonna heal 16.
Okay.
No, don't heal 0. Heal 16. It's much more helpful.
That would be your action. You still have like a move and a bonus. Are you doing anything else?
Yeah. Is it full movement to get up?
No, but it'll eat up half of your movement.
Okay, I'm gonna do movement, and then I'm gonna go over to the.
It's gonna provoke if you move.
Yeah, it is. I'll just stay right there, and I'm gonna go down again real fast.
I'll be fine.
Yeah. No, I think there's not much else to do. I will be done. I'll say, "Oh, Maya, it's good to see you."
You do have some movement, and you do have a bonus action. I guess just as a reminder that.
Yep. Sorry, I was reading something to see if I could make it work for next. If I do something now, but it won't work for next round, so it doesn't matter.
Sorry, I'm realizing now I'm kind of all over the place here with the. This is really
Fine.
Yeah, you're good there. But if I move, I'm gonna provoke an attack, right?
Well, do you have anything bonus action wise that allows you to disengage?
No. Wait.
Disengage or Misty Step or anything else.
I can do a disengage. Thank you guys. Sorry. So I can disengage as a cunning action. and then which is a bonus action, and then I'm gonna come back around and flank the one on that one over there.
Okay. So go like that.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. And then after Naranjti.
That is the bottom of round 3, so Barca and Tina should be coming up.
Barca, east or west?
West.
Okay, so I don't have my dragon minis out in front of me right now, so the role of Argentia will be played by a Griffin mini. But you are now right on the edge of the map.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
There you go.
You're right there.
I cannot see that. But how do you can just tell me how many feet away am I?
From Narashti, you are 30 feet from here. So 40, 50, 60, 70 to the 2 crossbow guys in the back. So you just arrive at the bottom of the round. So now at the top of the round, who's first for an edge?
Barca.
Oh, never mind. All right. So yeah. So Barca, the world is your oyster. What do you want to do?
Okay, I just have one specific question. So you want me to control Tina as well, if I remember correctly?
Correct.
And I couldn't find adolescent dragon, but I could find young silver dragon.
Yeah, sorry.
That would be the one.
Okay,
right.
Just want to make sure.
Nope, I appreciate that.
I will then, and we're up in the air, I take it?
Yes, you are up in the air. We'll say you are 25 feet up in the air.
If I were to run and jump off the back of Tina to try and land beside one of those creatures, would I be able to do that?
What is your strength?
My strength is... I'm on the wrong set of stats. My strength is a 19.
So we'll say if you use, if Tina moves, then you can do it.
Okay. I was just now trying to figure out how I wanted to. Now that I know this, here is what Tina and Barca are gonna do. Tina is gonna go first. Is that all right if I call that?
Yep.
Tina's gonna go first, and she's actually gonna fly. She's going to fly, so she is actually hovering in between the crossbowman and the kind of like where the table and chairs are.
So, like right about there.
Yep.
Okay.
She's going to hold her action till Barca gives her the command. She's holding a paralyzing breath action.
Okay.
Now it's going to go to Barca's turn. Barca is going to jump off of Tina and rage at the rage. And while he does that, he's going to say, "Tina, maneuver, you're fucked. Right as he does, and he's going to land on the, we'll say the south side of the tables and chairs, because I don't want to deal with the obstacle of him like getting tripped up. So to the southeast of the one lizard-like creature that is, southeast is the one right there.
So you're landing right there.
Yep, and as he got the command, she's going to paralyze breath that guy.
This guy?
Yep.
You can single out one individual? Or does she have an area effect?
Oh, it's an area effect. All right, let me rephrase that then. Let's go for the crossbowman.
So she'll breathe on the two crossbow guys?
Yep, and Barca will jump and land on the just direct west of the southern crossbow guy.
So like right there?
Yep.
And so you're trying to maneuver this in such a fashion so Barca does not get hit with the breath?
Correct.
Okay. So these two guys will need to make a what type of saving throw?
17.
What type though?
Constitution, sorry.
That is a nope at a 4 and a nope at a 10. So that's a whole lot of nope. So are they paralyzed then?
They currently have the paralyzed condition for 1 minute. A creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending on the effect on itself on a success.
All right. So go ahead and destroy.
All right. So Barca will use Great Weapon Master.
Now, Barca, I will say this. So you are jumping down. I will give you the option. You can either make an athletics roll to try to avoid some of the damage from jumping down 25 feet.
I have Ring of Featherfall on.
Okay.
And it's always active.
Never mind then. You float down like a downy feather.
I rage float to the ground.
Angry.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bugbear.
Yeah, just run, chop away, sir.
And I get advantage. That's an 18 to hit.
Yeah, will hit.
And that's an auto crit because he's paralyzed.
Uh-huh.
Jesus. That'll be for 45 points of slashing damage with the magical weapon.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he's still up, but bloody.
And then for my second attack.
Very, very bloody.
That'll be for a dirty 20.
That will hit.
And that is also an auto crit because he is paralyzed. 8. That'll be for 38 points of slashing non-magical damage.
So now you think when you see a fuzzy Barca going do 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 do, you'd be like, oh well, he's not using any of that momentum to hit. But really, what it does is you see him spit into his hands and get the solid grip on his axe, and then just rear up, and it's disturbing. But you just in two chops, you just totally decimate. Like there's you've quartered the half dragon. You chopped it in quarters. Like it's actually a little disturbing, but
I'll do I have 5 feet of movement left?
Yes.
I'll turn after that floating death attack and look over at look this next guy in the face and say, "No, you're fucked."
And if it could respond, it would, but it's paralyzed, so it can't.
And that's Barca's turn.
After Barca and Tina, who is next?
I'm back here.
The half dragons.
Right. Well, they're going to try and kill somebody before they die. So, well, the one on the end of its turn will attempt a Constitution saving throw. And got a 20, so eventually it'll break free, but obviously not for right now. However, this one is going to attack Amaya. This one is actually going to attack Narashti. So on Narashti, though.
Has Amaya gone since they last fucked me up?
Yeah, because you can get potion.
Amaya went right. Amaya went at the end of the turn. At the end of the round.
Well, because I gave the potion, and then they moved to flank me and fucked me up. And now they're fucking me up again. I don't think Amaya went a second time.
Okay, well, what is Amaya's initiative?
I think it was a 9.
It's a 9.
Okay, so
because I don't think I've done anything other than throw the bolt back, which was the reaction when I was at the edge of the map.
And then dump a potion. Okay, so yeah, go ahead and take your turn.
Okay. I'm just going to quickly try to knock out the guy that's between me and Narashti, because if I can do that, then Narashti's safer and I'm no longer flanked. So the Sun Sword or Sunblade will come out and do its lightsabery business. And I am flanking this guy with Narashti, so it's with advantage, right?
It is.
Cool. 20 to hit.
That will hit.
All right, so first attack will deal... Oh, that was a poor roll. 7 radiant damage.
Okay.
Second attack... 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
For... Oh, that's much better. 14 radiant damage.
Wow. Okay, still up, but very hurting.
Ooh. And this is where... Yeah, I'm kind of hurt, and I'm still being flanked. So as the bonus action, I'm just going to spend a key point to dodge.
Okay. So that'll give him disadvantage?
Correct.
Nice. That's actually very, very smart. So then, it would have been after the... So then, kind of going back, it would have been these guys' turn, right?
Yep.
Okay, so now they will attempt to attack you. The one guy would have had advantage, but you got disadvantage, so he's just going to make regular attacks. Does a 14 hit? I doubt it. Does a 20 hit Amaya?
20 what?
22?
It just barely hits, yeah.
So that will be 6 piercing damage. And then I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Fuck, nat 1 for a total of 4.
Then unfortunately you'll take 12 poison damage.
Ow.
Now, Narashti, the one guy got a nat 1 and then got a 13 to hit you.
A 13 will not hit.
All right. And then this one did make the save, so he is no longer paralyzed at the end of his turn. Half dragons are done. Who's next?
Narashti is next.
Great. I'm going to kill the one behind me. And I'm going to destroy him because I get my... I'm going to call my planar... Well, how is he looking? Is he bloodied? Can I tell?
Yes, he's bloody.
All right. I'm going to hold off on that. I'm going to attack him with my scimitar, and I'll also get sneak attack as well if I hit. So
You are sneaky, so you will get advantage.
Yes. Oh. That's good, because that was poor. 11 and 17 to hit.
17 will indeed hit.
Awesome. And so it'll be 9 points plus the sneak attack, which is... What is my sneak attack? 2d6. So another 10, so a total of 19 damage for that one.
Okay, give me just a brief moment here. Okay, got it. Still up.
He's still up? Okay, I will hit him again, and then this time I will do my planar warrior I'll call that, so I'll get an extra d8 damage and an 18 to hit.
That will indeed hit.
Great. And 9 points of damage plus the d8, plus another 8 points.
That guy goes down.
17. All right.
Now you still have a move left. Do you want to do anything else?
I will move up to the other one that Amaya's fighting.
Do you want to go this side, that side?
I'm going to do the south side and give Tina more space. So.
Okay. So 5, 10, like, do you want to be like right here, or do you want to be more over?
One over.
Like so?
Yep. Excellent.
And just remember, Tina is about 25 feet up.
Yeah, I don't want her to land on me, though. You know, it's fine.
That's fair.
All right, and that'll end my turn.
After Narashti.
Maya.
Right. I am going to move to the north side of this guy.
Hey, what do you know? You get advantage.
Hey!
Ta-da!
And as a free action, I'm just going to say again to him in Draconic, what was that you were going to do with my skull? Tell me again. I think I might do it with yours. And then I come swinging at him. 26 for the first hit.
That will hit.
All right. Ooh, that's nice. 15 radiant damage.
I appreciate the use of that. Thank you.
And second attack, 23 to hit.
That will also hit.
All right. He will take 14 radiant damage.
Still up, but hurting.
And I'm a little bit low on hit points to really try to go all out on this guy, so I'm going to spend one more key point to dodge again.
All right. After Amaya.
We'll go to the top of the 4th round with Barca.
What?
All right, so Tina goes first in the rotation, so she's gonna land just wood for her would be 1 square east, so she's right in front of crossbow guy. Boom, and she's gonna take her 3 attacks: a bite and a claw.
Excellent.
Okay, need to get to somewhere I can roll things. Oh, where'd you go now? Oh, crap. Sorry, my dice screen just decided to disappear.
And I know we're running a little bit over what we kind of normally cut off at, but we will kind of cut off after this combat.
All right.
Just to let you know. So admittedly, you guys are wiping the floor with them, so it should take too much longer. But for those that may be concerned about time frame, just to check in real quick.
I just want to show up in the nick of time to steal everybody's kill.
So this the first one was a 14.
14 unfortunately will miss.
Okay.
Was that the bite or the claw?
That was the bite, unfortunately. 22 to hit.
22 will hit.
Okay, and then a natural 1. Okay. So once it is that. For 13 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And that will be Tina's turn. Barca will run to flank.
Okay.
And now he will
Argentius, they're so excited. This is the first time you guys have really had that battle together, and just goes in, and the adrenaline kind of makes them sort of overcompensate a little bit, so they only get one of the hits off. But anyway, sorry, Barca, please continue.
We're not a well-oiled machine yet, but we're getting there. All right.
Put that on the wrong guy.
Let's see here. And I get advantage because we're flanking. Yes. 21 to hit.
21 will hit.
Okay. Nice. That'll be for 26 points of slashing damage with a magical weapon. And then I will swing my second attack. Does a 16 hit?
A 16 will hit.
Oh, sweet. 14, 20, 24 slashing damage with a magical weapon.
Still up, but not doing so hot at all. After the Barca Argentia duo.
After Barca, it is the half dragons.
Right. So for the one in front of Amaya and Naranjti, it's going to swing one short sword at Amaya, which got a 24.
That will hit.
One at Naranjti that got a 21.
Now, was it rolling at me with disadvantage?
Sorry, let me double check.
Whew.
So, never mind, 14 for Amaya.
Oh, that will miss. Thank goodness.
Still a 21 for Naranjti.
That will hit.
So take 6 piercing, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
I want to make a con. Oh no. 5. 6 points of damage piercing, you said?
So 6 piercing and 12 poison.
Oh, I'm not dead.
This guy is going to do a short sword attack once the Barca. Does a 23 hit Barca?
Yes.
So Barca takes 6 piercing, and then I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, 9.
So Barca will take 12 poison damage.
Okay.
And then the other attack, it will attack onto Argentia for an 18 to hit. Argentia?
Just hits.
Okay. So then Argentia will take 6 piercing and then needs to make a Constitution saving throw as well.
Damn. She's got like Constitution for days. A 29.
Okay, so take 6 poison damage.
Okay.
Not that it's going to matter in this fight. And that was it for the half dragons.
After the half dragons, it is Narashti's turn.
So Narashti.
Excellent. I am going to hit this guy. And I'm really tired of him. So, I am going to declare Planner Warrior
As your bonus.
as my bonus action.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Okay. And I'm going to hit him. 21 to hit.
That will hit.
Excellent. And then I will have an 8 from that, plus a 10 for the sneak attack, and a 6 for the planar warrior.
So 8 plus 10 plus 6?
Yes.
24? Okay.
Yep.
Still up at a hurting unit.
Excellent. Well, I got to hit him again. So, but I rolled a nat 1, so 8, and I will miss.
You do unfortunately miss on that one.
You are flanking.
I am flanking, so I get a roll with advantage, but not much better because I only rolled a 3 for a 10.
And a 10 unfortunately will miss.
That's all right.
Rough.
I tried. You get to finish him off.
All right.
I did my best.
So sorry, Narashti, you're still got movement. Are you doing anything else?
No, I'm gonna stay there to give him the bonus.
All right.
Flanking.
After Narashti.
After Narashti is Amaya.
All right. Amaya's going to attempt to finish this dude off because he's been alive long enough.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's see if I can roll well enough. There we go. 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
And he will take 10 more radiant damage.
Still barely up, but you lop off its arm with your lightsaber. I mean, sun sword.
And then second attack, 28 to hit.
Oh, copyright. We can't say things like lightsabers. Anyway.
Right. And I'm assuming a 28 hits him.
28 will hit.
And that will deal another 15 radiant damage.
Yeah, he's dead.
Aha!
See, that's why I missed. I just wanted to give you some glory as a way of thanking you.
And then, because I can, I am going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet in a kind of south, basically south 2, and then east 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So direct line there. And I'm going to spend a key point to 2 bonus action and Radiant Sunbolt this dude.
Okay.
Which will be 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
And we'll deal 10 radiant damage.
Barely up.
And 16 to hit.
That will hit.
And we'll deal another 10 radiant damage.
And that will finish them off.
Woohoo!
So as the monk ninjas the kill, so to speak. Hey, guys!
And then kind of slumps to one knee because she's got 11 hit points.
All right, and with that, combat is over. And, I can barely see me. I'm so dark. And with that, combat is over. And if you want, we can just kind of stop there for the moment, since we are kind of a little bit past our normal sort of evening cutoffs. I am pretty much. Let's see. What? So we need $8,000, 7,500 level. I'll do the math and shoot the experience. I'll throw it in the G chat.
Oh, before we end all this, we fucking loot the bodies.
Yes.
Okay, and we will. It has been noted, and I will get to that. But it treasure figured out right now, so that's.
Good call.
But it has been noted, so therefore you will receive credit. Good job remembering. And I'll kind of finish up with that. Basically, you guys are able to kind of grab what information was off of them. You and are able to get back to Saya without any further incident. Admittedly, there is a point where just as you guys are getting on the long boat and heading back to the ship, you do see some city guardsmen start to arrive, but as they're like, they're probably a bit of a ways off, and when you hear them, start to make your thing, Argentia gives them a fairly loud roar to kind of cause them to sort of pause for a moment, rethink their lives, and then kind of flies off with Parka. And you are able to return to Zaya without any further incident, and go from there. So we will kind of pick it up from there as you guys return. And I think we'll just leave it at that because
actually maybe leave Sharn.
It is a little bit late, but thank you all again for showing up, though, or for viewing us that like to view us, and I will and we'll see you in. I want to say. So this was our kind of weird week to make up for the holidays. I believe we are actually set to go again for next Sunday.
Correct.
On our regular schedule. So the 17th at starting at noon again, or as close to noon as we can usually. We're trying to get there as quick as we can. We actually did pretty dang good today, which I was happy about. Noonish Central Time, same bat time, same bat channel. You know how that works. And did everybody have fun?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Time.
Good. So thanks again, and have a great day.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.